Leicester, England, August 2012. A team of archaeologists cut through the asphalt of a city council parking lot, directly beneath a white, painted letter R marking one of the parking spaces. Nobody on the dig expected much. They were looking for a church that had been demolished 5 centuries earlier, and the odds of finding what they were actually hoping to find were considered so small that some of the researchers involved treated the whole project as a long shot, bordering on fantasy. On the very first day, in the very first trench, they found a skeleton, the spine curved sideways in a violent S shape. The skull had been sliced open at the back, a blow so deep it would have killed instantly. There were other wounds too, stab marks driven into the body after death, the kind of injuries you inflict on a corpse when you want to humiliate the man it used to be. Months later, DNA testing confirmed what the curved spine had already suggested. This was Richard III, King of England, the last English king ever to die in battle. He had been lying under a parking lot for 527 years. To understand how he ended up there, you have to go back to a muddy field about 15 miles away. In August of 1485, where a king was fighting on foot because his horse was dead, swinging at the men closing in around him, screaming the word treason at nobles who stood on a hillside and simply watched. When it was over, a story spread that the crown of England had been found lying in a thorn bush, and that it was lifted out and placed on the head of the winner right there among the bodies. That crown had belonged to one family for 331 years, longer than any dynasty before them, longer than any dynasty since. They built England's laws, England's parliament, England's idea of what a king even was. France could not destroy them. Scotland could not destroy them. The church could not destroy them. Every enemy they ever faced from the outside, they beat. The enemy that killed them sat at their own dinner table. This is the story of the House of Plantagenet, and of the one question every generation of that family was forced to answer, usually with a sword in its hand. What do you do when the greatest threat to your crown shares your blood? It begins, like so many family disasters do, with a broken promise, and with a woman climbing down a castle wall in the middle of a snowstorm. Oxford Castle, December 1142. A woman wrapped in a white cloak lowered herself down the castle wall on a rope. In the dark, in a snowstorm, the River Thames below her had frozen solid, and she crossed it on foot. Then she kept walking, mile after mile through the snow, straight through the lines of an enemy army that had been besieging her for 3 months. The white cloak was the whole plan. Against the snow, in the dark. The sentries never saw her. Her name was Matilda, and the men hunting her were not foreign invaders. They were Englishmen, fighting for her cousin, and the prize they were all killing each other over was the throne of England, which, by any reasonable reading of the rules, belonged to her. Matilda was the daughter of King Henry I, and she was, on paper, one of the most impressive people in Europe. She had been married at a young age to the Holy Roman Emperor, had ruled beside him in Germany and Italy, and had carried the title of Empress ever since, a title she preferred to every other she ever held. When her only legitimate brother drowned in a shipwreck that gutted the English royal family in a single night, her father made a decision that almost no one in Europe had ever attempted. He named his daughter as his heir. Then he did something kings rarely have to do. He made his barons swear to it. Twice. By most accounts, and possibly a third time, the great men of England knelt and gave their solemn oaths that when Henry died, they would accept Matilda as their ruler. Henry died in December of 1135. The oaths lasted about 3 weeks. Her cousin Stephen, a charming and well-liked man with a weaker claim and a faster horse, raced to England, seized the treasury, and had himself crowned before Matilda could even organize a response. The barons who had sworn to her, nearly all of them, simply lined up behind them. Their reasoning was not complicated, and most of them barely bothered to hide it. They did not believe a woman could rule. What followed was 19 years of civil war, so miserable that the monks writing England's chronicles struggled to find language for it. One famous entry says that it was a time when Christ and his saints slept. Barons built illegal castles and ran their own private wars out of them. Villages burned. The harvest failed, and men said openly that the country had been abandoned by God. And here is the detail that tells you everything about how brutal the politics of this era actually were. Matilda nearly won. In 1141, her forces captured Stephen himself in battle, and she travelled to London to prepare for her coronation. She was days away from becoming the first woman ever to rule England in her own right. Then the City of London, complaining about her taxes and her manner, rose up and physically chased her out of the city before the crown ever touched her head. Some accounts say she had just sat down to dinner when the bells started ringing and the mob started gathering. She never got that close again. So the war ground on past the point where either side could win, all the way to that frozen night at Oxford. An empress in a white cloak walking across the ice while her cousin wore her crown. Matilda never took the throne, but she did something that mattered more in the long run. She endured, and she raised a son. The boy's father was her second husband, Geoffrey, the Count of Anjou, a tall, red-haired, relentlessly ambitious French nobleman, famous for his good looks and his energy. Geoffrey had a habit that people remembered. When he rode out hunting, he liked to wear a sprig of bright yellow broom blossom pinned to his hat. The plant's name in Latin was Plantageneta. Keep your eye on that little yellow flower, because centuries later, long after everyone in this chapter was dust, historians reached back and turned it into the name of the entire dynasty, Plantagenet. The kings themselves almost never used it. It was a nickname for one man's hat decoration, polished by later generations into the grandest surname in English history. If that sounds familiar, it should. The House of Windsor got its name the same way, invented after the fact, because a family's story needed one. Great dynasties, it turns out, are usually named by the people who come after the blood has dried. Geoffrey and Matilda's son was named Henry, and he grew up inside the Civil War, shipped back and forth across the Channel, watching his mother fight for a birthright that oaths and law and justice had failed to protect. By the age of 14, he was leading soldiers. By 20, he was the most feared young man in Europe. And Stephen, old and exhausted and grieving his own dead heir, agreed to a deal. Stephen would keep the crown until he died. Then it would pass to Henry. Stephen died within the year, and in December of 1154, Matilda's son was crowned King Henry II of England. The first king of the family the world would one day call Plantagenet. Every family passes something down: money, land, a name, a temper. What this family passed down from its very first generation, was a lesson written in 19 years of ash and broken oaths. The throne of England did not belong to the person with the best claim. Matilda had the best claim, and she spent 2 decades running for her life. The throne belonged to whoever could take it and hold it. Henry II learned that lesson before he learned to shave. He would spend his whole reign building an empire designed to be too strong for anyone to take. He never imagined that the people who would try hardest to take it would be his own sons. Poitiers, France, May 1152. A wedding took place in the cathedral with almost no guests, no procession, and no announcement. It was arranged in secrecy and performed in haste, closer to an elopement than a royal ceremony. The bride was 28 years old, and 8 weeks earlier she had been the Queen of France. The groom was 19, stocky, red-haired, and vibrating with an energy that people who met him struggled to describe without reaching for words like storm. Her name was Eleanor, and she was the Duchess of Aquitaine, which made her the single richest woman in Europe. Her lands covered most of southwestern France, a vast sweep of vineyards, ports, and wealthy towns that was larger and richer than the territory the King of France actually controlled himself. She had been married to that king, Louis VII. For 15 years, she had gone on crusade with him, quarrelled with him across 2 continents, and given him 2 daughters but no son. In March of 1152 their marriage was annulled. The official grounds were that they were too closely related by blood. 8 weeks later, she married Henry, a man considerably more closely related to her than Louis was. Nobody involved seems to have found this awkward. For Louis, the wedding was a catastrophe he never fully recovered from. His ex-wife had just handed the largest inheritance in France to the one young man he feared most. And 2 years later it got worse. Because, in December of 1154, Henry crossed the Channel and was crowned King of England. Put the map together and try to take in what this couple now held. England, Normandy, which Henry inherited from his mother, Matilda. Anjou, from his father, Geoffrey, of the yellow broom flower. Aquitaine, through Eleanor. Their rule now stretched from the border of Scotland to the edge of Spain. The King of France, their nominal overlord for the French lands, could ride out from Paris in almost any direction and hit territory controlled by Henry and Eleanor before his horse got tired. Historians would later call this the Angevin Empire, and the name is useful as long as you do not picture anything resembling a modern country. There was no capital, there was no single law, no single language, no flag. It was a gigantic web of personal loyalties, feudal contracts, and family claims, and the only thing actually holding it together was Henry himself, in the saddle, showing up. So that is what he did, at a pace that left everyone around him exhausted and slightly frightened. He moved constantly, England to Normandy, to Anjou, to Aquitaine and back, appearing in places no one expected a king to appear, sometimes covering distances fast enough that his enemies simply refused to believe the reports. A courtier joked that the king must fly rather than travel by horse or ship. People close to him complained that he barely sat down, even at Mass, and that he wore out his household by changing plans at dawn after everyone had packed for a different destination. His court was less a palace than a rolling military camp with paperwork, and the paperwork mattered, because Henry was not just a conqueror, he was a builder, maybe the greatest administrative mind ever to wear the English crown. He took a kingdom shattered by 19 years of civil war and rebuilt its machinery piece by piece. He sent royal judges riding on circuits through the countryside, so that the king's justice reached villages that had never seen it. He standardized legal procedures that pushed England towards something new. A common law, common because it was the same for the whole country. He made the sworn jury of local men a regular tool of royal justice rather than an occasional experiment. Much of the skeleton of English law, and through it American law, was bolted together by this one restless man in the 1160s. Eleanor, meanwhile, was doing something. The official records of the age were designed not to notice. She was co-running the whole operation. When Henry was north of the Channel, she frequently governed south of it. She issued documents in her own name, managed her own vast duchy, and held courts in Poitiers, chroniclers of her own lifetime, mostly monks who deeply disapproved of powerful women, muttered about her, and later centuries buried her under romantic legends. Strip all that away, and the plain record is startling enough. She had been Queen of France, was now Queen of England, ruled the richest duchy in Europe in her own right, and would eventually outlive her husband and 2 of her royal sons, while still doing politics into her 80s, and she was the mother of the heirs between 1153 and 1166. Eleanor gave birth 8 times. 5 of the children were boys, and 4 of those boys lived to adulthood. Henry, called the young king, Richard, Geoffrey, and the last one, the baby of the family, born in December of 1166. A boy they named John. By the 1170s, Henry II had built something no ruler in Europe could match. He had beaten the King of France in nearly every contest that mattered. He had rebuilt English government so thoroughly that it could function without him, which no one could have said of any English kingdom before. He had a capable, formidable queen and 4 living sons, which by the standards of medieval dynasties was not just security, it was extravagance. 1 healthy son was a dynasty's dream. 4 was a fortress. That was the theory. Anyway, here is what the theory missed. An empire assembled through marriage and inheritance was, in the minds of everyone living in it, family property. And family property gets divided. Each of those 4 boys grew up knowing exactly which pieces of the map had come from which grandparent. And each of them believed, with the total certainty of a teenager raised in a palace, that some of those pieces belonged to him. Their father had spent his life stitching the lands together. His sons looked at the same map and saw an inheritance waiting to be carved. Henry II had built an empire too big for anyone in Europe to take from him. What he had not built, and never would, was a plan for handing it over that his own children could live with. The first blow, when it finally came, would not come from France. It would come from inside his own house and his own marriage bed. But before his sons turned on him, Henry had to survive a different betrayal, one that started as the closest friendship in England and ended with a sword breaking on a cathedral floor. Canterbury Cathedral, December the 29th, 1170. Late afternoon. The light already failing. 4 armed knights walked into the cathedral just as the monks were gathering for evening prayers. They had left their swords outside at first, under a tree, and gone in to argue. Then the argument collapsed, and they came back with the swords. The man they were looking for was the Archbishop of Canterbury, the head of the English Church, and his monks were begging him to run. There were plenty of places to go, the crypt below, the dark side chapels, the roof spaces above the choir. A cathedral at dusk is a very easy building to hide in, and the monks knew every inch of it. The archbishop refused, by the accounts of the men standing beside him, some of whom wrote it all down within days. He said the Church of God was not a fortress, and he would not turn it into one. His name was Thomas Becket, and the knights hunting him through the aisles believed, with total sincerity, that they were doing what their king wanted. Rewind about 15 years, because the beginning of this story is the part that makes the ending unbearable. Thomas Becket had been King Henry II's best friend. Their friendship was famous, and it was not the stiff, ceremonial kind that kings usually shared with their ministers. Becket was a London merchant's son, roughly 15 years older than Henry. Brilliant, charming, and a lover of luxury on a scale that made actual noblemen look shabby. Henry made him chancellor, the top administrator in the kingdom, and the two of them ran England together like a pair of partners who genuinely enjoyed each other's company. They hunted together. They drank together. There is a story from these years that captures the whole relationship. Riding through London on a freezing day, Henry spotted a beggar shivering in the street and asked Becket whether it would not be a fine act of charity to give the man a warm cloak. Becket agreed that it would, so the king grabbed the expensive fur-trimmed cloak off his own chancellor's back. The two of them wrestling on horseback in the middle of the street, laughing, while the beggar walked away wearing scarlet. That was the friendship. Now here is what Henry did with it. In 1161, the old Archbishop of Canterbury died, and Henry saw an opportunity that must have felt like genius. The Church in England was the one power structure in his kingdom that did not fully answer to him. It ran its own courts, and any man who could claim to be a clergyman, even barely, could demand to be tried by church judges instead of the king's judges. Church courts did not execute people and rarely mutilated them. So for the same crime, a layman might hang while a cleric did penance. For a king rebuilding royal justice from the ground up. This was an open wound. Henry's solution was simple. Put his best friend in charge of the church. Becket becomes archbishop. The church becomes cooperative. The wound closes. Becket warned him. That detail survives in multiple accounts, and it is worth pausing on, because it means the disaster that followed was one that Becket himself saw coming. He told Henry, more or less directly, that if he took the job, their friendship would not survive it, because he would be forced to choose the church over the king. Henry appointed him anyway. He could not imagine that Thomas, his Thomas, would ever really choose anyone over him. The transformation was almost immediate, and to Henry it must have looked like watching a man he knew get replaced by a stranger. The chancellor, who had worn scarlet and gold, began wearing a monk's habit, and according to traditions recorded by his biographers, a rough hair shirt underneath it. He resigned the chancellorship without being asked, and on the question of the church courts, the question Henry had installed him to settle, Becket planted his feet and would not move an inch. The fight escalated the way fights between proud men escalate, which is to say, stupidly, over details, with each round making both of them less able to back down. Henry came after Becket with trumped-up financial charges. Becket fled to France and spent 6 years in exile, hurling excommunications back across the Channel at Henry's officials. 2 kings and a pope spent years trying to broker a peace between 2 men who had once shared a table. In 1170 they finally patched together a truce, and Becket came home to Canterbury after 6 years away. He came home swinging. Just before crossing the Channel, Becket excommunicated the bishops who had cooperated with Henry in his absence, including the Archbishop of York, who had crowned Henry's eldest son in a ceremony that was Canterbury's ancient right to perform. When the news reached Henry, who was holding Christmas court in Normandy, he erupted. "What exactly?" he said. "Nobody knows. That is not a rhetorical dodge. It is the actual state of the evidence, and it matters. The version everyone remembers. Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest? Does not appear in the earliest accounts and was polished into its famous shape over centuries of retelling. Something closer to the earliest reports has him raging at his own household, calling them cowards and drones who let their king be treated with contempt by a lowborn clerk. It was the kind of thing Henry said all the time. His rages were famous. Part of the weather of his court, storms that everyone knew to wait out. 4 knights did not wait it out. They slipped away from the Christmas court, crossed the Channel separately, and rode for Canterbury. There is no evidence. Henry sent them, and his frantic attempts to recall them once he realized they were gone suggest the opposite. They had heard an angry man, and they had decided on their own that his anger was an instruction. In the cathedral, in the near dark, they found Becket by the pillar between 2 altars. They tried to drag him outside, because even they hesitated to do this on consecrated ground. He grabbed the pillar and would not be moved. The first sword blow cut into his head. A young clerk who threw his arm up to shield the archbishop had his arm nearly severed. The blows kept coming, and the last one was delivered with such force that the sword's tip shattered on the stone floor. One of the men with the knights put his foot on the dead archbishop's neck and told the others to leave, saying the fellow would not be getting up again. The murder detonated across Europe. A king's men had butchered an archbishop in his own cathedral, at the altar, during the season of Christmas. Within days, people were collecting the blood from the floor. Within months, there were reports of miracles. The blind seeing, the sick healed, and Canterbury was on its way to becoming one of the great pilgrimage sites of the medieval world. Barely 2 years after his death, the Pope declared Thomas Becket a saint. Henry's best friend had become the most famous martyr in Christendom, and everyone from Scotland to Sicily believed the king had killed him. Henry, by every account, was shattered by the news, shutting himself away for days. And it is fair to say he was mourning 2 things at once: his friend and his own name. He had not ordered the killing. Nearly all modern historians agree on that. But he had built the rage, and other men had built the murder out of it. And a king does not get to explain that distinction to a grieving continent. His words had stopped belonging to him the moment he was crowned. That is the cost of the office he had spent his life making more powerful. When the most powerful man in Europe wonders out loud why nobody has dealt with his enemy, somebody will deal with his enemy. Which brings us to the strangest scene of Henry's entire reign, and one of the strangest any English king ever performed. In the summer of 1174, with rebellion burning across his empire, and everyone whispering that God was punishing him, Henry came to Canterbury. He got off his horse outside the city and walked the last stretch barefoot, in a plain wool shirt, through streets packed with people who had come to watch a king do penance. At Becket's tomb he knelt, confessed his guilt in the death, and then removed his shirt and let the monks of Canterbury, the dead man's own brothers, whip him. Dozens of monks, each taking their turns with the lash, striking the bare back of the King of England while he knelt at the grave of the friend he had destroyed. He stayed there all night, praying on the cold stone, and rode out the next day. Cynics then and now have pointed out how well it worked. And it did work. Within days, almost on cue, his enemies in the north suffered a catastrophic defeat, and men said openly that St. Thomas had forgiven the king. But watch what Henry actually understood in that moment, because his descendants would live and die by it for the next 3 centuries. He grasped that a crown is not just armies and taxes, it is a performance, staged for an audience that can withdraw its belief at any time. The most feared ruler in Europe knelt half naked in front of a crowd and let monks flog him, because the audience needed to see it. Centuries later, another branch of this same story would learn the same rule on a palace balcony during a bombing campaign. The family business really changed. Only the stage did. Henry had now beaten everyone. The church had made its peace with him. France had failed against him. Scotland's king had literally been captured during that same summer of penance. Every rival on the board was accounted for, except the ones the board did not show. 4 boys, growing up in his own castles, each one watching the map of their father's empire and doing quiet arithmetic about their share of it. The rebellion that nearly killed Henry II had, in fact, already begun before he ever knelt at Canterbury, and the person who helped organize it was not a foreign king or an ambitious baron. It was his own wife. Chinon Castle, in the Loire Valley of France. July 1189. An old man lay dying in the summer heat, and he asked for a list to be read out loud. He had just lost a war, the last of his life, against the King of France and his own son Richard, and part of the surrender terms required him to formally pardon every man who had conspired against him. The list of traitors was long, and he was too sick to hold it. So a clerk read the names. The first name on the list was John, his youngest son, the child he had loved beyond all the others, the one he had fought this entire ruinous war to provide for, the only son he believed had never once turned on him. The accounts of that room say the old king turned his face to the wall and stopped listening. He died 2 days later. A tradition that grew up around his death gives him a set of last words. And whether or not the phrasing is exact, everyone who was there agreed on the substance of his final mood. Shame. He is supposed to have said, "Shame on a conquered king." This is how Henry II's story ends. Now go back 16 years and watch how a man with everything arrived here, betrayed by every son he raised. The trouble started, as trouble in this family always would, with inheritance. By 1173, Henry had carved out titles for his boys. The eldest, young Henry, had actually been crowned King of England alongside his father, a French custom meant to guarantee the succession. Richard was designated for his mother's Aquitaine. Geoffrey got Brittany through marriage. On paper, everyone had a future. In practice, the titles were costumes. Their father kept every scrap of real power, every castle, every revenue stream, in his own hands. The young King of England was a king with no kingdom, an adult heir kept on an allowance, paraded at tournaments, while his father's clerks ran everything. He complained, in words that got back to everyone, that he was a king of nothing. Then Henry II made the mistake that lit the fuse. To give little John a proper inheritance, He peeled 3 castles away from the lands promised to the young king, and handed them to the toddler. It was a minor adjustment on a giant map. To the 18-year-old heir, it was proof of the thing he already feared, that his father would never actually let go of anything, and that even the scraps could be reclaimed at any time. In March of 1173, the young king slipped away from his father's court in the night and rode to Paris, to the court of King Louis of France, his father-in-law and his father's oldest enemy, Richard, who was 15, and Geoffrey, who was 14, joined him there, and behind them, organizing, advising, and by the belief of nearly everyone at the time, actively directing her sons into rebellion, was their mother. Eleanor of Aquitaine turned on her husband, and 800 years later, historians still argue about exactly why. She had her reasons to choose from. Henry's infidelities were public and humiliating. His grip on her beloved Aquitaine was tightening, while her own role shrank, whatever the weight of each grievance. The fact is not in dispute. The Queen of England backed her children in an armed rising against their father, something without any real precedent in the memory of Europe. When she tried to follow her sons to Paris, she was caught on the road. A persist tradition, impossible to verify and too vivid to leave out, says she was disguised in men's clothing, riding astride. When her husband's soldiers stopped her, the rebellion of 1173 was not a family squabble. It was a continental war. France, Scotland, Flanders, and dozens of English and Norman barons all piled in, sensing the once-in-a-generation chance to tear the Angevin Empire apart while it fought itself. For about 18 months, Henry II stood against essentially everyone, including his own household, and he won. He won everywhere, with a speed and fury that broke the coalition into pieces. The King of Scotland was captured. As it happens, on the same July morning in 1174 that followed Henry's night of penance at Becket's tomb, a coincidence so perfectly timed that all of England took it as a verdict from heaven. Henry then did something that tells you everything about the man's strange, divided heart. To his sons, he was generous. They were forgiven, restored, given bigger allowances, welcomed back to court. To his wife he showed no mercy at all. Eleanor was locked away, moved between castles in England under guard, and she stayed a prisoner for 16 years. He could forgive his children almost anything. He never forgave her. You might expect the sons to be grateful. They were not. And the years that followed turned the family into something that people across Europe discussed with a kind of horrified fascination. The young king rebelled again in 1183, this time fighting Richard directly, brother against brother across Aquitaine, funding his war by looting monasteries and pilgrim shrines. Then, in the middle of that campaign, he caught dysentery and began to die at 28. From his deathbed he sent messengers begging his father to come, to forgive him in person. Henry, who had been betrayed twice by this same son, suspected a trap and refused to walk into it. He sent a ring instead, a sapphire, as a token of forgiveness. The accounts of the young king's death say he clutched that ring as he died, lying on a bed of ashes with a crusader's cross on his chest, asking pardon of the father who could no longer risk being in the same room with him. Geoffrey went next. 3 years later, trampled to death at a tournament in Paris while plotting, by most contemporary reckonings, yet another move against his father. He was buried in Notre Dame, and the King of France, who had cultivated him carefully, grieved theatrically at the funeral, reportedly needing to be restrained from the grave itself. That left Richard and John, and it left a father who had learned nothing, because he now repeated with Richard the exact mistake that had destroyed the young king. Richard was the heir now, the greatest soldier of the age, and he wanted one thing: formal recognition as his father's successor. Henry withheld it. He hinted. He delayed. He let rumors circulate that he might favor John instead, apparently believing that uncertainty would keep Richard loyal. It did the opposite, exactly as it had before. In November of 1188, at a peace conference, Richard asked his father one final time, in public, to name him heir. Henry stayed silent. In front of the entire assembly, Richard turned, walked to the King of France, knelt, and placed his hands between the hands of his family's oldest enemy. The message needed no translation. The war that followed was short, because half of Henry's barons could read a calendar. He was old and sick. Richard was 31. Men drained away from the father toward the son, castle by castle, until Henry, feverish and beaten, agreed to every demand, including the pardon list with the name at the top that stopped his heart. People at the time reached for the supernatural to explain this family. And interestingly, the family got there first. The Counts of Anjou told a legend about themselves, that generations back, one of their ancestors had married a mysterious, beautiful woman named Melusine, who turned out to be a demon, and that her blood still ran in the line. Richard is reported to have joked about it openly. "From the devil we came," he supposedly said, "and to the devil we shall return." A churchman who knew the family wrote down the son's behavior and concluded that they persecuted their father like the offspring of the demon they claimed as a grandmother. The nickname stuck across 8 centuries, the devil's brood. Strip out the demon and look at what actually happened, because the machinery of this catastrophe is the machinery of the whole dynasty. Henry built an empire so vast that it could only be inherited in pieces, then refused to genuinely give up a single piece while he breathed. His sons were raised as princes of that empire, trained for power, titled for power, and then denied power. And they responded the way this family would respond for the next 300 years. They took the shortest road, and the shortest road ran straight through their own blood. 2 days after hearing John's name on that list, Henry II died at Chinon, and even his corpse was not spared a final indignity. His household servants, by several accounts, stripped the body and the room of everything worth carrying and vanished, leaving the master of an empire that stretched from Scotland to Spain, lying half naked in an empty castle until loyal men arrived to dress him for burial. Richard came to view the body where it lay at the Abbey of Fontevraud. The chronicles say he stood at his father's bier in silence, showing nothing, for about the length of a prayer, and then turned and walked out. One famous account adds a detail that medieval readers understood as an accusation from God himself, claiming that blood began to seep from the dead king's nose while his son stood over him, the old belief being that a corpse bleeds in the presence of its murderer. Richard now had everything: the empire, the crown, and his mother, whom he freed from her castle prison almost as his first act as king. He also had the family inheritance, no document mentioned, the lesson proven twice over in his own lifetime and sealed with his own father's corpse. In this family, the fastest road to the throne ran through the man who currently sat on it. Richard would spend his entire reign as if he knew it, guarding his back against his one surviving brother, The world was about to fall in love with him anyway. They would call him the Lionheart, and build a legend around him that still stands in front of the Houses of Parliament today, cast in bronze, sword raised. The legend leaves out one detail. The great English hero could barely find England on his own schedule. He would spend, out of a 10-year reign, roughly 6 months there. A castle above the Danube, in Austria, winter 1192. The most famous warrior in the Christian world was sitting in a cell. He had fought Saladin to a standstill in the Holy Land, negotiated with him as an equal, and sailed for home as the living symbol of the crusading age. Now he was a prisoner, and the men holding him were not Muslims. They were fellow Christians, fellow crusaders, and one of them was a man he had personally insulted outside the walls of Acre. Getting captured was, in fairness, spectacularly bad luck, stacked on top of spectacularly bad judgment. Richard's route home by sea fell apart in storms, and he ended up shipwrecked at the top of the Adriatic, which left him with only one road back to his own lands. That road ran directly through the territory of Duke Leopold of Austria. At the siege of Acre, Richard's men had torn Leopold's banner down from the walls and thrown it in the ditch. Because Richard did not consider a mere duke entitled to plant his flag beside the banners of kings, Leopold had gone home nursing that humiliation. Now the man responsible was sneaking across his lands in disguise, pretending, by the most common account, to be a merchant. The disguise failed. The stories about exactly how it failed vary with the telling, and they were probably improving before Richard was even ransomed. One version says his party spent money too freely for merchants. Another, the most repeated one, says he was caught in a kitchen near Vienna, turning meat on a spit, having forgotten to take a magnificent ruby ring off his finger. Whatever the detail, the shape of the failure was pure Richard. He was a man physically incapable of seeming ordinary, and it cost him more than a year of his life. It also cost England a sum of money that is genuinely hard to translate into modern terms. The Holy Roman Emperor, who took custody of the royal prisoner from Leopold, set the ransom at 150,000 marks of silver. Estimates put that at roughly 2 to 3 times the entire annual revenue of the English crown. To free one man, England was, in effect, asked to hand over the kingdom's whole income for 2 or 3 years. And England paid it. Church plate was melted down. A quarter of the value of movable goods was demanded from laymen. The wool crop of entire monasteries was seized at the source, an old and much repeated line credited to Richard from earlier in the reign, when he was selling offices and titles to fund the crusade. Claims he said he would have sold London itself if he could have found a buyer. The quote may be polished. The policy it describes was real, and the ransom was that policy at maximum pressure. Here is the question that sits under this whole chapter, and it is the reason Richard belongs in this story as more than a detour into adventure. England bankrupted itself twice for this king, once to send him to war and once to buy him back. What exactly did England get for it? Not his presence. Certainly. Run the numbers on the reign, and they are almost comical. Richard was king for 10 years, from 1189 to 1199. The time he actually spent in England adds up to roughly 6 months, and nearly all of it was transactional. He came to be crowned and to raise money. He came back once after the ransom, for about 2 months, to be crowned again, and to raise more money. Then he crossed the Channel and never saw England for the rest of his life. He left the kingdom in the hands of ministers. And the remarkable thing, the thing that says more about his father than about him, is that the machine ran, the courts sat, the taxes came in, over and over. Henry II had built a government so sound that it could function for a decade with its king on another continent or in another king's dungeon. Understand, none of this made Richard a failure by the standards of his own world. By those standards, he was the supreme success of the age. He was probably the finest battlefield commander of his generation, a master of the grinding logistics of medieval war, personally brave to a degree that alarmed the people responsible for keeping him alive. At Jaffa, he waded ashore through the surf, in front of his ships, to retake a fallen town with a handful of men. Even his enemies kept his legend. Saladin's own circle recorded their admiration for him, and the two commanders, who never met face to face, conducted a war famous for its strange courtesies, trading gifts and envoys between battles. When Richard lay sick with fever, accounts from the crusade describe Saladin sending him fresh fruit and snow from the mountains to cool his drinks, and he looked the part, which mattered then and matters now. Tall, red gold hair, a giant by the standards of the time, a king who led cavalry charges from the front. The nickname was earned, Lionheart. 8 centuries later, when the British Parliament wanted a single figure from its past to stand in bronze outside its walls, sword raised, they chose him. The absent king became the permanent symbol. His brother John, meanwhile, had spent the captivity demonstrating what the family did with an empty throne. While Richard sat in prison, John allied himself with the King of France, Philip Augustus, and tried to take the kingdom, spreading word that Richard was dead and demanding homage. Philip and John then did something that strips the whole era of any remaining romance. They wrote to the emperor and offered to pay him to keep Richard locked up, not to free him, to hold him longer, at a monthly rate, or better yet to sell him to them outright. The offer was seriously entertained. Richard owed his release, in the end, to his mother, because it was Eleanor, now in her 70s, who drove the ransom collection, guarded the silver, and personally travelled to Germany in winter to hand over her son's price and bring him home. Richard's revenge on his brother lasted about as long as his anger ever did. John came crawling, and Richard, by the account that circulated afterward, forgave him with an insult dressed as mercy, telling him he was only a child who had been led astray by bad advisers. John was 27 years old. The last act came in the spring of 1199, and it is so small, so far beneath the legend, that it reads like a joke at the legend's expense. Richard was besieging Chalus, a minor castle in the Limousin, over a dispute that the most famous version of the story ties to a hoard of Roman treasure a local ploughman had supposedly turned up. Treasure Richard claimed as overlord. In the dusk, walking the siege lines without full armour, he was watched by a lone crossbowman on the castle wall. A young man who, in the telling of the chroniclers, had spent the day batting away incoming bolts with a frying pan. The king applauded the man's nerve, mockingly, the way you might applaud a street performer. The crossbowman took his shot. The bolt went into Richard's shoulder. The extraction was botched, and gangrene set in over the following days. The deathbed scene that the chronicles preserve is the best thing anyone ever recorded about Richard, and for once The sources broadly agree on its substance. He had the crossbowman brought to him, a boy, some accounts say, whose father and brothers had died in Richard's wars. The king pardoned him and, by several accounts, ordered him released with money in his hand. Richard the Lionheart died on the 6th of April, 1199, aged 41, of a wound taken at a castle almost nobody had heard of. In a quarrel over money, his famous mercy died with him. The moment he stopped breathing, one of his captains had the crossbowman seized anyway and, by the account, most often repeated, flayed alive. They buried Richard at Fontefraud. At the feet of the father he had hounded to death. His heart went to Rouen. In Normandy, the duchy he had loved and defended. To England, the country that had paid for all of it. He left nothing in particular. No child. No chosen successor with an undisputed claim. No plan. What he left was a vacancy and 2 candidates. His brother John, the family's proven traitor, a grown man with the crown's machinery within reach, and a 12-year-old boy in Brittany named Arthur, the son of their dead brother Geoffrey, who by the strict logic of bloodline stood ahead of John in the queue, a grown traitor against a child with the better claim. The family had faced this exact shape of question before, in Matilda's time, and had answered it with 19 years of war. John intended to answer it faster, and what happened to that boy would follow John and stain him for the rest of his life and for the next 800 years. The cliffs above the river Seine, Normandy, March the 6th, 1204. The greatest fortress in Europe was dying in front of an audience. Château Gaillard, the saucy castle, the huge chalk-white stronghold that Richard the Lionheart had thrown up in barely 2 years of furious spending, was in the final hours of a siege that had lasted since the previous summer. Richard had loved this castle beyond all his other works. He is supposed to have boasted that he could hold it even if its walls were made of butter. It was the lock on the door of Normandy, the bolt that kept the King of France out of the duchy that William the Conqueror had carried to England in 1066. Richard was 5 years dead. His brother John was king now, and John was not there. He was across the Channel, and the relief effort he had attempted months earlier, an ambitious night operation on the river that fell apart when its 2 halves failed to arrive together, had been the last serious help the garrison ever saw. What had happened below those walls during the winter is one of those details that strips a century of its costume. When the siege began, the town beside the fortress emptied, and hundreds of ordinary people, old men, women, children, took refuge inside the castle. As food ran short, the garrison commander expelled them to save supplies for his soldiers. The first groups were allowed through the French lines. Then the French king decided that letting refugees out was helping the defenders, and the gates of both armies closed. Several hundred civilians spent that winter trapped in the ditch between the walls and the siege lines, in the frost, eating grass, and, the chronicler says, worse, dying a few at a time in full view of both armies, until the French king finally relented toward the survivors months later. Medieval war was this. Most of the time, not banners and trumpets, arithmetic, applied to the food supply of people nobody important would miss. Gaillard's fall broke Normandy's spine. Within 3 months the French army was in Rouen, the ducal capital, and the duchy that had produced the conqueror. the homeland of the entire Anglo-Norman aristocracy, was gone. It had been attached to the English crown for 139 years. John had lost it in 5. The easy version of this story, the one his enemies told immediately and forever, is that John lost his family's empire because John was a uniquely terrible human being. The truth needs both halves, said plainly. He inherited a genuinely losing position, and then he played it about as badly as it could be played. Take the losing position first, because it is real, and it usually gets skipped. The empire John inherited in 1199 was exhausted. Richard's crusade and Richard's ransom had stripped it of silver, and Richard's final wars had spent what was left. Meanwhile, the King of France, Philip Augustus, had spent those same years getting richer, because Paris sat on some of the best farmland in Europe, and Philip was a patient, methodical, unglamorous man who had been quietly enlarging his revenues while the Plantagenet brothers performed their legend. By the 1200s, on money alone, France was simply the bigger power. Any king of England was going to struggle to hold Normandy against it. Now the other half. Within a few years of his coronation, John had converted a difficult position into a hopeless one, and the wounds were nearly all self-inflicted. He abandoned a useful marriage and instead took as his wife Isabella of Angoulême, a girl who was already formally betrothed to one of his own most powerful vassals in the south, Hugh of Lusignan. In the feudal world, a betrothal was close to a contract, and John had, in effect, stolen a bride from a man whose family could raise half a province in rebellion. The Lusignans appealed for justice to John's own overlord for his French lands, who happened to be Philip of France. Philip handed a legal pretext he could not have bought for money, summoned John to answer in his court. John refused to appear. Philip's court then declared John's French fiefs forfeit, and the war for Normandy began, not as an invasion, but as a sentence being executed. And then there was Arthur, the nephew, the boy with the better bloodline. Arthur of Brittany was 15 when the war began, and he was Philip's weapon as much as he was his own claimant. A teenager with a legal argument, pushed forward by a French king who found him useful. In the summer of 1202, Arthur made his move, besieging his own grandmother, the aged Eleanor of Aquitaine, in the castle of Mirabeau. What followed was the one unambiguous military masterpiece of John's life. He was 80 miles away when the news came. He covered the distance in about 48 hours, fell on the besiegers at dawn, and captured the entire rebel leadership in a single stroke, his nephew included. Soldiers on both sides said openly that his father or his brother could not have done it better. Then, having won like a Plantagenet, he handled the victory like nobody's idea of a king. The prisoners were treated with a harshness that shocked even hardened opinion, and men who had fought beside John began to drift away in disgust. And Arthur, 16 years old, was moved to the castle of Rouen, and at some point around Easter of 1203, he stopped existing. Here is what can honestly be said, and it is worth being precise, because this is the first time in our story that the family's private violence goes fully into the dark. No official word of any kind was ever given. No body was ever produced. No funeral held. No explanation offered then or ever. Arthur went into John's custody as the most politically important prisoner in Europe and was simply never seen again. The rumors began within months and never stopped. The most detailed account that survives, written down later at an abbey whose informants were close to the court, claims that John killed the boy himself. drunk, after dinner, and had the body dumped in the Seine. That account cannot be verified, and historians treat it with caution. But notice what everyone at the time could verify. Arthur was alive, in John's hands, and then he was gone, and the man holding him never even pretended to have an answer. Brittany believed the worst immediately. So did most of France. So, eventually, did most of John's own barons. Stop on this for a second, because the family has just crossed a line it will never really come back across. Henry II fought his sons on battlefields, in the open, and forgave them after. Richard and John had schemed against each other, and both walked away alive. A prince of this blood, a boy with arguably the best claim in the family, had now vanished inside a family castle, and the head of the family was the only suspect. The question this dynasty was built on, what do you do when your rival shares your blood, had just received its darkest answer yet. Not war, not forgiveness, a locked door, and silence. The killing, if killing it was, bought John nothing. It cost him Brittany forever, handed Philip a moral cause on top of a legal one, and told every baron in Normandy exactly what their lord was. When Philip's armies came on, the great families of the duchy, men whose ancestors had conquered England, made their calculations and opened their gates. Normandy did not exactly fall. It changed its mind. By the end of 1204, Anjou itself was gone too, the family's own cradle, the land of the broom blossom that gave the dynasty its name. Eleanor of Aquitaine died that same spring, at Fontevraud, at around 80 years old, as the world she had built with Henry collapsed province by province of the whole vast continental empire. Only Aquitaine's southern remnant, Gascony, held on. John spent the next 10 years doing the one thing his critics never give him credit for. He worked. He governed England with obsessive, suspicious, exhausting energy, traveling constantly, hearing cases personally, squeezing the administrative machine his father had built for every silver penny it could produce. He was, in the purely technical sense, one of the most hands-on kings England ever had. But every penny had a purpose, a war chest for the reconquest of Normandy, and every method left a bruise. He jacked up feudal payments to levels no one had seen. He sold justice and withheld it. He took hostages from the families of men he doubted, and at least one great family's wife and son died in his custody in circumstances people preferred to whisper about. He quarrelled with the Pope so badly that England spent 6 years under interdict. The churches shut, the bells silent, and John, characteristically, treated the crisis as a revenue opportunity and pocketed the church's income. By 1214 the war chest was full, and John launched the great campaign to win everything back. A two-front grand alliance with the Holy Roman Emperor and the Counts of Flanders, the most expensive single project of his life. It ended on one afternoon that July, at a bridge in Flanders called Bouvines, where Philip's army shattered the northern allies, while John's own southern offensive was already stalling. Bouvines is barely remembered in the English-speaking world. It should be. On that one day, France confirmed itself as the dominant power in Western Europe, and the Plantagenet empire of Henry and Eleanor was confirmed dead. 10 years of extortion, 10 years of hostages and grudges and squeezed silver had bought John a defeat total enough to leave him with nothing to show his barons but the bill, and the barons of England, who had paid that bill at sword point for a decade, who had watched a prince vanish and wives taken hostage, and the law become a market stall, now looked at their defeated, distrusted, returning king and reached a decision that had no real precedent. If the man would not be restrained by custom, or honor, or the church, or fear of God, then he would be restrained by something new, something written. They began drafting a list of demands. The king, naturally, had no intention of honoring a word of it. The result would fail as a peace treaty, trigger a civil war within months, and still, somehow, end up carved into the doors of the United States Supreme Court 800 years later. It was June of 1215, and everyone was heading to a meadow beside the Thames called Runnymede, a water meadow beside the River Thames, halfway between Windsor and London. June the 15th, 1215. A king rode out to meet men he could not beat. There was no ceremony worth describing, no cheering crowds, no procession, no throne, just tents pitched on damp grass, hundreds of armed men wearing mail under their summer cloaks, and in the middle of it all, a document written in dense legal Latin, on sheepskin, waiting for the royal seal. The armed men were not foreign invaders. They were English barons, John's own vassals. And a few weeks earlier they had done something that concentrated the king's attention wonderfully. They had taken London. The capital had opened its gates to them without a fight, which told John exactly how much of his kingdom was still willing to die for him. The answer was not enough of it. So he came to the meadow, and he negotiated. And on that day in June, he attached his seal to the charter his enemies had drafted. Later generations would call it Magna Carta, the Great Charter, and would talk about it the way people talk about Scripture. It is worth being honest about what it actually was on the day itself. It was a peace treaty between a bankrupt king and the armed men who had cornered him. And as a peace treaty, it has a strong claim to being the least successful document in English history. It kept the peace for about 10 weeks. Look first at what the barons actually wrote, because the document is stranger and more human than its reputation. Most of its 63 clauses are a detailed list of very specific grievances about money, the exact abuses John had spent a decade perfecting. Limits on inheritance payments, protections for widows, who under John had been effectively sold to the highest bidder or charged enormous fees for the right to not remarry. Rules about scutage. The tax John had squeezed 11 times in 16 years when his father had levied it 8 times in 35. There are clauses about fish traps in the Thames, about standard measures of wine and cloth, about removing one specific royal official, named, personally, from office forever. This was not a philosophy seminar. It was an itemized invoice for 10 years of abuse. But buried in the middle of the list, at clause 39, the drafters wrote a sentence that outgrew everything around it. No free man shall be seized or imprisoned, or stripped of his rights or possessions, or outlawed, or exiled, except by the lawful judgment of his equals, or by the law of the land. And right after it, clause 40, to no one will we sell, to no one deny or delay. Right or justice. The men who wrote those lines meant something narrower than what the words came to mean. Free men were a minority of England in 1215, and the barons were mostly protecting their own class from a king who took hostages and sold verdicts. It did not matter. They had written the idea down. And written ideas escape their authors. For the first time, an English king had put his seal on the proposition that the law stood above him, that there were things a king could not do to a man without judgment. Kings had been advised, begged, and preached at before. This was different. This was a rule. In ink, with the royal seal hanging off it, John sealed it, and by every measure of his subsequent behaviour, he did so with the sincerity of a man signing a ransom note. Within weeks he had written to the Pope, who was now, through one of the stranger turns of John's career, his feudal overlord and protector. The Pope examined the charter and did precisely what John wanted. He declared the whole thing null and void, shameful and demeaning, illegal and unjust, and forbade the king to observe it under threat of excommunication. The barons had extracted the document by force. The Pope reasoned, and a coerced oath bound no one. By September, England was at war with itself, and this is the part of the story that has been almost completely sanded out of popular memory, because it does not fit the national legend of either country involved. The rebel barons, needing a king-shaped weapon to fight their king, offered the throne of England to Prince Louis of France, the son of Philip Augustus, and Louis came. He landed in Kent in May of 1216 with an army, marched into London to genuine celebration, and was proclaimed ruler in St. Paul's. For about a year, more than half of England, including its capital, obeyed a French prince. England came closer to a second French conquest in 1216 than at any moment since 1066, and it was English barons who had sent the invitation. John spent that autumn doing what he always did in a crisis, moving fast and trusting no one, dragging his army and his treasury around the country in a grinding campaign against the rebels. In October, crossing the tidal flats and marshland of the Wash in East Anglia, his baggage train misjudged the timing, and the incoming tide took it. The chronicles disagree about how much was lost, and skeptics have argued about it ever since. But the tradition that formed almost immediately says the wagons carried the royal treasury and the crown jewels, and that all of it went into the mud and the water, the regalia of England, swallowed by a bog. Hold that image, because this story will keep returning to it. The crown of this family, the physical object itself, makes 5 appearances in this tale, and this is the first, not on a head, not in a cathedral, sinking into a tidal marsh while its owner watches from the far bank, having already lost his empire, his baron, his capital, and his reputation. John did not outlive his luggage by much. Within days he was sick with dysentery, the same disease that had killed his brother, the young king. He died in the night of the 18th of October, 1216, at Newark, aged 49, with half his kingdom in the hands of a French prince and the other half held together by a handful of loyalists and mercenaries. A story went around afterward, entirely in character for how England felt about him, that he had died from gorging himself on peaches and new cider. He was buried at Worcester, the first king of his line to be buried in England. Normandy, where his ancestors lay, was no longer his to be buried in. By any reasonable accounting, John died a failure so complete that the dynasty should have died with him. And here is where the story performs its great trick, the one that earns Magna Carta its place in this chapter rather than a footnote. The document that failed as a peace treaty turned out to be unkillable as an idea, and the people who saved it were, of all people, the dead king's own supporters. John's heir was a 9-year-old boy. The loyalists around the child needed to peel the rebel barons away from their French prince, and they needed to do it fast. So within weeks of John's death, the boy's government did something breathtaking in its cynicism and its wisdom. It reissued Magna Carta, voluntarily. The document that had been extorted from the father at sword point was handed out freely in the son's name, as a promise of good government to come. The message to every wavering rebel was simple. Everything you fought for, the child's regime now offers as a gift. What are you still fighting France's war for? It worked, and a pattern was born that mattered more than Runnymede itself. Magna Carta was reissued again in 1217, again in 1225, and confirmed over and over across the following century. Usually, whenever a king needed money from his subjects, and his subjects wanted guarantees in exchange, each confirmation drove the charter deeper into English assumptions about how power worked, until kings were confirming it, not because armed men stood over them, but because it had simply become part of what a lawful king did. The failed treaty of 1215 became, through sheer repetition, the founding document of a legal tradition, and that tradition travelled 5.5 centuries after Runnymede. English colonists on the far side of the Atlantic, arguing with a king named George about taxation and rights, reached back for the oldest weapon in the family armory. The men who wrote the American founding documents knew Magna Carta the way preachers know Scripture, and its DNA is visible in their work to this day. The Fifth Amendment's promise that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law is Clause 39. Translated across an ocean and 8 centuries. Walk up the steps of the United States Supreme Court today, and the great bronze doors carry, among their panels, a scene of King John facing his barons in a meadow, the worst king England ever had, cast in bronze on the doorway of American justice, commemorating the day he was forced to admit that even a king lives under the law, none of which was any comfort to anyone in England in the autumn of 1216. What England had, in the cold light of that October, was a civil war, a French army occupying London, an empty treasury somewhere at the bottom of a marsh, and a king who was 9 years old. The boy had never expected any of this to arrive so soon. His father was dead. His capital belonged to an enemy prince. And even the crown of England, the physical object his ancestors had worn since the Conqueror, was gone into the mud of the wash. They would have to improvise one. Gloucester Cathedral, October the 28th, 1216. A 9-year-old boy was crowned King of England in a ceremony that broke nearly every rule of how these things were supposed to be done. It was in the wrong church. Coronations belonged to Westminster Abbey, but Westminster was inside territory controlled by the French prince. So Gloucester would have to do. It was performed by the wrong cleric, a papal legate, and on the boy's head they placed the wrong crown, because the right one, by the tradition everyone in that cathedral had heard, was lying at the bottom of a tidal marsh with the rest of his father's baggage. The accounts of that improvised day say the boy was crowned with a simple gold circlet, and one tradition holds that it belonged to his mother. Here is the crown's second appearance in our story, and look at what it has become, a borrowed circlet on a child's head, in the wrong church, in the middle of a civil war, with a foreign army holding the capital. A dynasty that had ruled from Scotland to Spain was now, quite literally, ruling on borrowed regalia. Nobody in that cathedral could have missed what it meant. The question was no longer how much the family would rule. The question was whether there would be a family at all by the time the boy could grow a beard. That the answer turned out to be yes had almost nothing to do with the boy and everything to do with the men around him. Above all, a soldier in his 70s named William Marshall, a man whose life reads like the whole age, compressed into one biography. Marshall had served the boy's grandfather, Henry II, had fought against, and then, for Richard, the Lionheart, had somehow kept his honour intact through the reign of John, which no one else managed, and was regarded across Europe as the greatest knight who had ever lived. Now, as regent, he took on a war that looked lost. By the accounts of the time, he told his household that if all the world abandoned the young king, he would carry the boy on his own shoulders from island to island and beg bread for him before he gave him up. Within a year, the old man had won the war, breaking the rebel and French forces at Lincoln, in a battle he insisted on fighting in personally, at over 70, and the French prince took a payment and went home. The Plantagenets had survived their closest brush with extinction yet. Saved by a hired lance and a reissued charter, the boy grew up, and the man Henry III grew into was something this family had never produced before. A genuinely gentle king. He was pious to the point of obsession, attending Mass daily, feeding hundreds of paupers at his own table. He loved art and architecture more than any English king before or arguably since, and he poured a fortune into rebuilding Westminster Abbey in the soaring French style, creating in large part the building that stands today, the one where nearly every coronation since has been held. He was a devoted husband and father in a family where those words rarely applied. He reigned for 56 years. The longest reign England had yet seen. He was also, by the standards of the job, not very good at it. His judgment of men was poor, and his memory for grudges was short, which sounds like a virtue and functioned as a weakness. He filled his court and his church with relatives of his wife from Savoy and half-brothers from France, showering them with lands and offices, while English barons watched the pipeline of royal favour bend away from them. He launched expensive failures to recover the family lands in France, and in the 1250s he attached himself to a scheme of almost hallucinatory impracticality, agreeing with the Pope to fund a war to place his young son on the throne of Sicily, an island he had no army near, no fleet to reach, and no money to buy, in exchange for debts so vast that servicing them would have bankrupted England twice over. It was the Sicilian Bill, on top of decades of accumulated grievance, that finally broke the dam. In 1258, a group of barons arrived at a parliament armed, and forced on Henry a package of reforms called the Provisions of Oxford, which went far beyond anything at Runnymede. Magna Carta had told the king what he could not do. The provisions told him how he would govern, placing the machinery of state under a council, chosen jointly by king and barons, meeting in regular parliaments 3 times a year. For a few years, England was effectively run by committee. With the king as its ornament, Henry manoeuvred and delayed, and eventually got the Pope to annul the whole arrangement, which by now was a family tradition. The result, as it had been for his father, was civil war. But this war had something new in it. A leader on the rebel side, unlike anyone the crown had faced before, and he came from inside the family. Simon de Montfort was a French-born nobleman who had arrived in England as a young man to claim an inheritance, risen fast at court, and secretly married the king's own sister. Eleanor, which made him Henry's brother-in-law and the royal children's uncle by marriage. He was brilliant, harsh, magnetic, and utterly convinced of his own rectitude. A man who wore a hair shirt like a crusader and drove hard bargains like a moneylender, and who had feuded with the gentle king for decades in the intimate, poisonous way that only family can feud. By the 1260s, he had become the leader of the reform movement, and in May of 1264, at Lewes, on the south coast, his outnumbered army did the unthinkable. It beat the royal army in open battle and captured the King of England, the king's brother, and the heir to the throne, Prince Edward, all in one day. For the next 15 months, Simon de Montfort ruled England. With his brother-in-law, the king reduced to a sealing machine, trotted out to stamp documents. He had no power to refuse. And it is here, in the middle of what was functionally a coup, that something genuinely new slipped into the world. Montfort had a problem every usurper has. He held the king, but he was not the king, and his grip on legitimacy was thin. The great earls were deserting him. He needed a broader base to stand on, and he went looking for it further down the social ladder than anyone had gone before. To his Parliament of January 1265, he summoned not only his barons and bishops, but 2 knights from every county. And, for the first time, anyone could document 2 representatives from each of the major towns. Merchants, burgesses, commoners, men who worked for a living, summoned to Westminster to sit in a national assembly and consent to the business of the realm. Be careful with this moment, because it is easy to gild. Montfort was not a democrat. The concept did not exist, and he would likely have been baffled or insulted by it. He summoned the commons because he needed them, because his enemies among the nobility were numerous and his friends were not. And men who owe their seat at the table to you tend to vote your way. It was a power play, built from self-interest under military pressure, and that is precisely what makes it worth telling honestly, because it shows how these things actually enter the world, not as gifts from visionaries, but as expedients that outlive the emergency that created them. The knights and burgesses went home, but the precedent did not. Within a generation, no English king could raise serious taxation without summoning the commons, and the institution that grew from those summons, the House of Commons, sits at Westminster to this day, an accidental parliament, fathered by a rebel who needed votes. Montfort himself had little time to enjoy his creation. Prince Edward, the heir he had captured at Lewes, was a different order of problem from the boy's father. Edward escaped custody in May of 1265 on a borrowed horse during an arranged race that his guards had been foolish enough to permit, and began assembling an army with a cold competence England had not seen from its royal house in 2 generations. That August he trapped Montfort's forces in a loop of the river Avon at Evesham, cutting off every road out. Montfort, watching the approaching banners and realizing they were carried by enemies, is reported to have said that God have mercy on their souls, for their bodies belonged to Edward. What happened at Evesham was not a battle in the usual sense. A chronicler called it the murder of Evesham. For battle, it was none. A picked squad had been assigned before the fighting started to find Montfort in the press and kill him. And they did. And what they did to his body afterward. The dismemberment, the trophies parcelled out among the victors, was reported across Europe with a shudder. The gentle King Henry, who had been dragged onto the field in armour by the rebels, dressed as one of their knights, was nearly killed in the chaos by his own rescuers. Saved, the story goes, by shouting his name until someone recognized him. The rebellion was over. The family had won, and notice who had won it. Not the reigning king, who spent the decisive battle as a mislabeled prisoner in the wrong armor. It was won by the son, Edward, a 26-year-old who had now studied civil war from both sides, first as its hostage, then as its executioner. He had learned tactics from Simon de Montfort, his godfather, his uncle by marriage, the man whose severed head was sent north as a gift after Evesham, and he had learned a larger lesson watching his grandfather John and his father Henry lose control of their own kingdom in successive generations. The lesson was not that the crown should compromise earlier. The lesson was that the crown must never, ever be weak enough to be asked. Henry III died in 1272 and was buried in his beloved rebuilt Westminster. In the tomb he had prepared near the shrine of his favourite saint. His son was 2,000 miles away on crusade when the news came, and in a detail that says everything about how much things had changed. Nobody in England moved against him. No rival claimant. No baronial coup. No French prince. The machinery simply proclaimed Edward king in his absence, and the country waited 2 years for him to ride home. The dynasty that had spent 2 generations being cornered by its own subjects was about to be commanded by a man who had made the study of power his entire education. England was getting a king who was competent, the way a siege engine is competent. Wales, Scotland, and every community in England that a strong state could reach were about to find out what that felt like. Caernarfon, on the coast of North Wales, the year 1283. An army of workmen was raising walls out of the Welsh earth, and the walls were not like anything Wales had ever seen. Banded masonry in 2 colours, polygonal towers, a design that deliberately echoed the great land walls of Constantinople, the most famous fortifications in the world. This was Caernarfon Castle, one link in an iron chain of fortresses that a king of England was building across the conquered north of Wales, and the message written in its stones required no translation into Welsh. This was not a military outpost. Military outposts do not quote Constantinople. This was a statement made in the most permanent material available. And the statement was simple: we are never leaving. The man paying for it, at a cost so enormous that it strained the richest kingdom machinery in Europe, was Edward I. He was in his mid-40s by then, and he was physically unlike any king England had seen in generations. 6'2" in an age when most men stopped well short of it. So tall that his soldiers called him Longshanks, long legs. He had a drooping eyelid inherited from his father, a lisp that contemporaries said did nothing to blunt his force in argument, and a temper that people around him treated as a natural hazard, like weather. An account book from his court preserves a payment made to repair a crown. Damaged. It records, because the king had thrown it into a fire. You met him in the last chapter as the prince who escaped captivity on a borrowed horse and destroyed Simon de Montfort at Evesham. Now watch what he built. Because for the next 2 decades, Edward did something no English king had managed since his great-grandfather, Henry II. He made the machine of state work, and then he made it bigger. The legal output alone was staggering. In the first years of his reign, Edward's government churned out statute after statute, reforming land law, debt, policing, the powers of local officials, at a pace England would not see again for centuries. He sent commissioners into every county to ask, on the record, by what right local lords held their privileges. An audit of the entire kingdom, where his grandfather John had treated law as a market stall and his father Henry as a nuisance. Edward treated it as infrastructure, something a serious state maintained the way it maintained bridges. Lawyers still study his statutes. Some of them remained live law into the modern era, and he understood something about money that his predecessors had learned only at sword point. A king could no longer simply take. He had to ask. And asking meant assembling the people who would pay. Edward summoned parliaments constantly, dozens of them, across the reign, and in 1295 he called the assembly that historians later named the Model Parliament, because its shape became the template. Lords and bishops, 2 knights from every shire, 2 burgesses from every town. The same formula Simon de Montfort had improvised as a rebel's expedient 30 years earlier, now adopted as the Crown's own standard operating procedure. The irony deserves a moment of silence. Edward had personally killed the experiment's author and dismembered his movement at Evesham. Then he picked up the dead man's invention and institutionalized it. Because it worked. A summoned parliament that consented to taxation produced more money, with less resistance, than any amount of royal squeezing. Representation was not a concession to principle. It was a superior revenue technology. That is the bright half of the ledger. Now the dark half. And it must be weighed with the same honesty. Because it was the same machine doing both. Wales came first. The Welsh princes had spent 1,000 years surviving powerful neighbours by bending, biding, and outlasting. Llywelyn ap Gruffydd, Prince of Wales, had bet on defiance at precisely the wrong moment in history, refusing homage to the new king repeatedly. Edward's response, in 2 campaigns, was not a raid of the traditional kind. Punishment, followed by withdrawal. It was a war of permanent erasure, fought with armies and fleets and road-building crews. And it ended in 1282 when Llywelyn was killed in a skirmish, and his head was sent to London to be exhibited on the Tower, crowned mockingly with ivy. His brother Dafydd fought on for months, was betrayed, and was handed to Edward, who staged for him something new in English law, a full state trial for treason, followed by an execution designed as public theatre of maximum horror. The condemned man, dragged by horses, hanged, revived, and butchered before the crowd. The procedure would keep its place in English justice for 500 years, and its first fully documented victim was the last native prince of an independent Wales. Then came the castles, Caernarfon among them, and English settler towns planted at their feet, and a statute reorganizing Welsh law under English administration. To seal it, Edward gave his own newborn son, born at Caernarfon itself, the title Prince of Wales. Every English heir to the throne has carried that title since. It is worth remembering, each time it is bestowed on some smiling royal youth, that it began as a trophy nailed to a conquest. Scotland came next, and Scotland broke him. It began not with an invasion, but with a lawsuit, when the Scottish royal line failed and the claimants invited Edward, the respected neighbour king, to arbitrate. He arbitrated the way a wolf arbitrates among sheep, extracting recognition of his own overlordship as the price of judgment, then treating Scotland's chosen king as a vassal to be summoned and humiliated until the Scots allied with France in self-defence. Edward's answer. In 1296, opened with the sack of the trading town of Berwick, where the killing of the inhabitants went on, by the accounts of chroniclers on both sides, for days, on a scale that shocked even that unsentimental age. He crushed the Scottish field army, carted the stone of destiny, the ancient inauguration stone of Scottish kings, south to Westminster, and installed English governance. He believed Scotland was finished. Scotland declined to agree, and produced, from outside its paralysed nobility, a guerrilla leader named William Wallace. American audiences know a version of Wallace from the movies. The historical man needed no Hollywood improvement. He rose from obscurity, annihilated an English army at Stirling Bridge in 1297, was eventually run down, and, in 1305, was given the same theatrical execution as the Welsh prince Dyfed. It settled nothing. Within months, Robert Bruce had murdered his chief rival before a church altar and crowned himself King of Scots. And the war reignited. Edward, now old and sick, dragged himself north one final time and died in the summer of 1307 within sight of the Scottish border. The war unfinished, a tradition that grew up later, impossible to verify and perfectly matched to the man. Claims he asked that his bones be boiled clean and carried at the head of the army until Scotland submitted. What is certain is what his tomb in Westminster eventually carried. An inscription reading, Scotorum Malleus, Hammer of the Scots. His son buried him whole, and turned around, and went home. There is one more entry in the ledger, and it is the darkest, and it involved no battlefield at all. Edward's wars ran on credit, and for 2 centuries the Crown's lenders of last resort had been England's Jewish community, a small population, a few thousand people, who were permitted to lend at interest precisely because the Church forbade Christians to do so, and who lived under the Crown's direct protection, which in practice meant the Crown's direct ownership. Successive kings had taxed them into ruin, and by Edward's reign the community's usefulness as a revenue source was largely spent. In 1290, Edward issued an edict expelling every Jew from England, around 2,000 or 3,000 people. Families who had lived in English towns for generations were given months to leave, permitted to carry what they could, their homes and loan books reverting to the Crown. In exchange, a grateful Parliament voted Edward the largest single tax grant of the entire medieval period. There were killings on the way out, including a shipmaster who, by the court record of his own trial, stranded his Jewish passengers on a sandbank in the Thames estuary to drown with the tide. The expulsion held for over 350 years. No English king before Edward had been efficient enough, organised enough, to remove an entire people from the kingdom. It took a state that worked. That is the point. And it is the reason this chapter cannot be a simple portrait of a great administrator. The statutes, the model parliament, the conquest castles, and the expulsion order all came out of the same office, drafted by the same kind of clerk, sealed with the same seal. Edward built the most effective machine of government in Europe, and a machine has no opinion about what it is used for. He had spent 35 years assembling it. This instrument of law, taxation, parliament, and war, an apparatus that could raise armies his grandfather could only have dreamed of and reach into every county of the realm. It was an achievement of a lifetime. And it had one flaw that Edward, of all men, should have seen coming, because his own family history screamed it at him. The machine had been built by a workaholic. For a workaholic, it assumed, at its centre, a king who wanted the job. Edward I left it to a son who did not. The old king seems to have known. The stories from his last years, some reliable, some embroidered, all point the same way. A father in a cold fury at an heir who preferred rowing, thatching, and the company of a Gascon knight named Piers Gaveston to anything resembling the work of kingship. A father who by one account tore out handfuls of his son's hair in a rage over that same favourite, and exiled the man from England. Weeks later the old king was dead. One of the new king's first recorded acts was to call Piers Gaveston home. The machine was about to find out what happens when nobody competent is holding the controls. And England was about to find out something far more dangerous. A thing that could not be unlearned once it was known. It was about to find out that a crowned and anointed king could be removed. Berkeley Castle, Gloucestershire, the night of September the 21st, 1327, in a locked chamber of the castle. A prisoner died. He was 43 years old. In good health, as far as anyone outside the walls knew, and until 8 months earlier he had been the King of England. The announcement that came out of Berkeley said he had died of natural causes, a sudden illness, and the body was displayed, from a careful distance, to local worthies before a magnificent funeral in Gloucester. No visible wound, no mark, nothing to see. Almost nobody believed it then. And after 700 years of argument, historians still cannot say for certain what happened in that room. What can be said is this: Edward II had been deposed, imprisoned, and moved between castles while plots to free him multiplied, and he died at the precise moment when his continued existence had become intolerable to the people who had taken his throne. The most lurid account of how he was killed, the one involving a heated iron, appears in chronicles written years later and is treated by most modern scholars as atrocity folklore, the medieval equivalent of an urban legend, invented because the official story satisfied no one. Strip the legend away, and the bare sequence remains. And the bare sequence is damning enough. A deposed king, held by his enemies, dead on schedule. How does a kingdom get here? How does the son of the hammer, heir to the strongest government in Europe, end up dying namelessly in a locked room while his wife and her ally run the country? The answer takes 20 years. And it is the story of a man given every tool of power except the desire to use it. Edward II looked magnificent. The chroniclers agree on that with an almost apologetic consistency. Tall and strong like his father, one of the handsomest men of his age. The problem was everything underneath. He had no appetite for war in a warrior age, no patience for administration in the most administered kingdom in Europe, and interests that his nobility found not just unkingly but incomprehensible. Digging, thatching roofs, rowing, the crafts of common men, pursued with genuine enthusiasm. In another century he might have been harmless. In his own, he was a scandal, wearing a crown, and he loved Piers Gaveston. The exact nature of that love has been argued over since the men themselves were alive, and the honest answer is that the sources let us see the intensity but not the interior. What contemporaries recorded was the behaviour at his own coronation feast. The new king ignored his 16-year-old bride. Isabella, of France, and lavished his attention on Gaveston, who had appeared dressed in royal purple, and the bride's uncles went home to France, insulted. Edward gave Gaveston an earldom that traditionally went to royal kin. Gaveston, witty and superb in a tournament, and incapable of resisting an insult, gave the great earls of England mocking nicknames, and the nicknames travelled the earls, men whose entire identity rested on precedence and honour, found themselves ranked below, and laughed at by a Gascon knight's son. 3 times they forced Gaveston into exile. 3 times Edward brought him back, the last time in defiance of his own sealed agreements. So in the summer of 1312, a group of earls simply took him, Gaveston, besieged and surrendered under terms guaranteeing his safety, was seized on the road by the earl he had nicknamed the Black Dog of Arden, carried to a hilltop, and run through and beheaded in front of the assembled lords. It was not an execution, since no court in England had jurisdiction to try him. It was a murder committed by the highest nobility of the realm, in daylight, on the calculation that the king would be too weak to answer it. The calculation proved correct. Edward raged and buried his friend in splendour, and could do nothing. What followed was a reign that functioned as a national humiliation, delivered in instalments. In 1314, Edward finally led his father's great war machine north to relieve Stirling, the last major English hold in Scotland, with an army perhaps twice the size of what Robert Bruce could field. At Bannockburn, over 2 days of fighting in ground, the Scots had chosen and prepared. That army was not defeated so much as destroyed, driven into a stream and a bog, and cut down by the 1,000. The worst military disaster England had suffered since anyone could remember. The king galloped from the field. After Bannockburn came famine, the great European famine of 1315. Years of drowned harvests and cattle plague and starvation, which medieval minds read confidently as heaven's verdict on a failed king. And Edward, having learned exactly nothing from Gaveston, acquired new favourites, and these were worse, because these were not charming. Hugh Despenser the younger was the son of a loyal official, married into the royal family, and he used the king's infatuation, whatever its nature, as a license for naked acquisition, stripping lands from widows and rivals across South Wales with the full machinery of royal government behind him. Where Gaveston had collected insults, the Despensers collected estates. Civil war flared. The king and the Despensers won it, and the winners then did something that poisoned the ground for everything after. In 1322, the most senior nobleman in England, the king's own first cousin, Thomas of Lancaster, captured in rebellion, was given a show trial at which he was permitted no defence, and beheaded. Royal and noble blood, which had protected its carriers through every English civil conflict since the conquest, protected him not at all. The precedent registered with everyone. The rules that had kept aristocratic politics survivable were gone, discarded by the crown itself. Through all of this, Queen Isabella watched. She was the daughter of the King of France, married at 12 to seal a peace, publicly slighted at her own coronation. And yet, for 15 years, she had been, by every record we have, a loyal and effective queen, bearing 4 children, mediating quarrels, managing embassies. The Despensers ended that. They came between her and her husband in ways that went beyond influence, sequestering her estates, removing her household, and finally, during a war scare with France, taking her children from her keeping, whatever Isabella had endured before. This last was the transformation. In 1325, she was sent to Paris, to her brother, the French king, to negotiate a treaty. And once there, out of the dispenser's reach, she declined to come home. Her price for return, she announced, was the removal of the dispensers. Edward refused. What happened next had no precedent in English history. At the French court, Isabella allied with Roger Mortimer, a Marcher baron who had escaped the Tower of London by drugging his guards during a feast and climbing out through the kitchen chimney flue, and who hated the dispensers with the purity of a man they had ruined. The alliance became, by the reports that scandalized two courts, also an affair. A queen and an escaped traitor, openly together. The English heir, 13-year-old Prince Edward, was in his mother's keeping, sent to France to perform homage for Gascony, and she kept him, which meant she held the one card that turned rebellion into legitimacy. In September 1326, Isabella and Mortimer landed in England with a small force of mercenaries, no more than a couple of thousand men. They did not need more. And that is the fact. That should stop you. The regime of Edward II did not fall in battle. There was no battle. It simply evaporated. Towns opened their gates. The nobility rode to the Queen. London rose and hunted royal officials through the streets, and the King and Hugh Despenser fled west with a shrinking handful of attendants until they were run down in Wales in the November rain. Despenser was given the full theatrical execution before a carnival crowd, hoisted on a high gallows, and the details recorded make plain that the crowd came to enjoy it. The king was taken to Kenilworth Castle, comfortably, respectfully, and completely a prisoner, which left the problem nobody in 1,000 years of English memory had solved on purpose. What do you do with an anointed king you cannot obey and cannot release? Anointment was not a formality. It was a sacrament. God's oil had touched him. There was no law, no procedure, no precedent for undoing it. And so, in January 1327, the assembled lords, bishops, and commons at Westminster invented one as they went. Articles of accusation were read against Edward: incompetence, evil counsel, the loss of Scotland, the destruction of his nobles. A delegation travelled to Kenilworth to confront the king in person. The accounts of that scene describe him brought into the hall in plain black, weeping, half collapsing, and told, in substance, that his reign was over either way, and that the only choice left him was whether the crown passed to his 14-year-old son or to someone else entirely. Faced with disinheriting his own child, he submitted. The official record dressed it as abdication, a voluntary resignation, and the steward of the household broke his staff of office as if the king had died. His son was crowned Edward III within the week. Note the costume, because the costume is the point. Everyone involved insisted, loudly, on the forms. Voluntary, consented, by the assent of the whole realm. Nobody wanted to say the plain thing, that subjects had deposed their king. So they buried it under procedure. And then, 8 months later, the prisoner at Berkeley conveniently stopped breathing, because a deposed king alive is a flag for every future rebellion. And everyone understood that too, even as no one said it. Here is the debt this chapter hands to every chapter that follows, and it is the most dangerous one in the whole story, until 1327. Whatever else happened in England, the king was a fixed point. He could be fought, cornered, forced to seal charters at Runnymede, managed by councils, but he could not be removed, because no one knew how, and no one dared learn. Now the thing had been done. There was a procedure, articles, an assembly, a renunciation dressed in consent, a quiet death off stage. It had all been made to look legal, which meant it could be made to look legal again. The men and women of 1327 told themselves it was a single, terrible exception. The precedent went to sleep. It slept for 72 years, while the son of the deposed king rebuilt everything his father had broken and raised England higher than it had ever stood. Then it woke up, and when it woke, it would not stop until it had eaten the entire dynasty. But first, that son had a score to settle. He was 17 years old, king in name, and a puppet in the hands of his mother and Roger Mortimer, who now ruled England in all but title and were growing rich on it. The boy watched and waited, and in October of 1330, in the middle of the night, he and 24 friends went into Nottingham Castle through a secret tunnel in the rock, with daggers. Nottingham Castle. A cold night in October, 1330. 24 young men moved through a tunnel cut into the sandstone rock beneath the castle. Single file, in the dark, with daggers and swords. The tunnel was a secret of the castle's older days, a passage that climbed from the foot of the cliff up into the heart of the fortress, and the man who had unlocked its lower door for them was the castle's own constable, who had decided, like a great many people in England, that autumn, that he knew which way this story needed to end. The man leading the climb was 17 years old, and he was the King of England. Think about what that sentence means for a moment, because it is one of the strangest in this entire story. Edward III had worn the crown for almost 4 years. He had been crowned at 14 in the aftermath of his father's deposition, married at 15, and he was already a father himself. His first son born that summer, and in all that time he had governed nothing. The real rulers of England were his mother, Queen Isabella, and her ally Roger Mortimer, the escaped Tower prisoner who had come back at the head of an invasion and now ran the kingdom from behind the boy's throne. Mortimer had taken an earldom for himself, swallowed royal lands, packed the government with his men, and, in the detail contemporaries found most intolerable, behaved in the young king's presence as his equal, walking beside him, sitting at his level, letting the king stand while he sat. The boy had watched all of it with a self-control that, in hindsight, should have frightened Mortimer far more than any tantrum. He had watched Mortimer and his mother liquidate the old regime, including the execution of the boy's own uncle, the Earl of Kent, on charges built around a plot to free the deposed Edward II, a man who was officially already dead. The uncle had waited by the block for hours, the story goes, because no one could be found willing to behead a king's son, until a condemned criminal did it in exchange for a pardon. That execution, in March of 1330, seems to have been the final entry in the young king's private ledger. If Mortimer could kill the blood royal on procedural pretexts, no one was safe, and everyone knew who the next inconvenient royal male was likely to be. So the king conspired, quietly, with a circle of young household knights, and with a trusted agent who smuggled his messages. And when the court came to Nottingham that October, the trap was set. Isabella and Mortimer, alert to the whispers around them, had taken the castle keys into the Queen's own keeping each night and locked themselves behind them. They controlled every door. They did not control the rock the castle stood on. The young men came up through the tunnel into the keep, and there was a brief, ugly fight in the torchlight outside the royal apartments. 2 of Mortimer's men cut down at the door, and then it was over. Mortimer was taken struggling in his chamber, and through the noise came the sound that everyone present remembered and repeated, the voice of the Queen Mother, crying out from her room to the son she could not see in the darkness. "Fair son," she called, in the French of the court, "have pity on gentle Mortimer." He did not. Mortimer was carried to London, condemned before Parliament without being allowed to speak a word in his own defence. The same courtesy he had extended to his own victims, and hanged at Tyburn like a common criminal, left on the gallows for 2 days. But watch carefully what the young king did next, because in an age of vengeance it is the most revealing act of his early life. He did not touch his mother. There was no trial for Isabella, no imprisonment in any real sense, no public word of blame. Then, or ever, the official line laid every crime at Mortimer's door and treated the Queen as a woman led astray. She was retired, in genuine comfort, to her estates, kept a generous income, hunted, read, entertained guests, saw her grandchildren, and lived another 28 years. Her son visited her. Whatever passed between them about Berkeley Castle and the dead king, no record of it exists, and Edward III made sure none ever would. He had ended his mother's regime at 17, and then spent the rest of his life protecting her name. This family did not often do mercy. When it did, it is worth pausing to notice. The 17-year-old now actually ruled, and England discovered what it had. What it had was the most instinctively gifted politician the dynasty had produced since Henry II, wrapped in a completely different personality. Henry had governed by exhausting everyone. Edward III governed by charming them. He had watched his grandfather's machine grind against the nobility for decades and watched the resulting hatreds destroy his father. And he drew the opposite conclusion from both. The crown could not run England against its barons. So he would make the barons partners. The instrument he chose was glamour. Edward rebuilt the monarchy around the thing his entire noble class loved most: the cult of chivalry, the tournaments, the pageantry of knighthood, the stories of King Arthur that every aristocrat in Europe had grown up on. He staged round tables and spectacular tournaments where he fought incognito in the lists like a knight in a story. And in the late 1340s, he founded an order of knighthood limited to the king and 25 companions, bound in brotherhood, wearing a blue garter as their badge. The origin story that attached itself to the Order of the Garter, the story of a lady's dropped garter at a ball, retrieved by the king with the words, "Shame on him who thinks evil of it," cannot be verified and probably improved with age. What can be verified is the effect. Membership became, and remains to this day, the single most exclusive honour in England. Edward had converted the nobility's hunger for status into a currency only the crown could mint. The magnates who had spent 2 generations fighting the king now competed for the privilege of wearing his ribbon. But glamour was the means. The end was war. And the war Edward wanted was the family's oldest one. He was through his mother Isabella, the grandson of the King of France. And in 1328, Isabella's last brother had died, ending the direct male line of the French royal house that had reigned for 300 years. The French nobility, faced with a choice between a French cousin of the old king and the teenage King of England, chose the cousin and produced legal reasoning to match, arguing that a claim to France could not pass through a woman. Edward, 16 at the time and controlled by Mortimer, could do nothing. He performed homage to the new French king for Gascony, the surviving sliver of Eleanor of Aquitaine's inheritance, and bided. He bided for 9 years. Then the pressures accumulated. French pressure on Gascony, French support for Scotland, disputes over trade with Flanders, until in 1337 the French king declared Gascony confiscated, the same legal maneuver that had stripped John of Normandy over a century earlier. This time the King of England did not merely fight the sentence. He reached for the largest counterclaim in the European arsenal. Edward III declared that the crown of France itself was his by right, through his mother's blood, and in due course he quartered the golden lilies of France onto the royal arms of England, where they would remain, astonishingly, until the year 1801. Understand what he was starting, because nobody alive in 1337 could. This claim, this piece of genealogical assertion, would outlive Edward, his children, his grandchildren, and his entire dynasty. It would be fought over, on and off, for 116 years. It would create the legends of English arms, and it would require taxation on a scale that permanently changed what Parliament was, because a king who needs war money every year is a king who must negotiate with his subjects every year. The war would forge something recognizable as English national identity, a people defined by whom they fought. And when the war was finally, catastrophically lost, generations down the line, the armies it had trained and the grudges it had bred would come home with nowhere to point themselves except at each other. None of that was visible from the deck of Edward's flagship. What was visible was a young king in his prime, a nobility united behind him for the first time in living memory, and across the water the richest kingdom in Europe, ruled by the man Edward called, with cheerful venom, the so-called King of France. The opening years brought one spectacular success at sea, a fleet action at Sluys in 1340 that gave England command of the Channel, and then years of expensive stalemate that nearly bankrupted the crown. The real test came in the summer of 1346, when Edward landed in Normandy with around 14,000 men and set out on a burning march across northern France, with the full feudal power of the French kingdom, perhaps twice his numbers, or more, closing in behind him. They caught him that August, near a village in Picardy, whose name was about to enter every English schoolbook that would ever be written. The village was called Crécy, and what happened there in a single late afternoon would convince the English that God had picked a side, and would set the family on the road to the greatest height it would ever reach, in the same decade that the world itself came apart. A small harbour town on the coast of Dorset, England. Early summer, 1348, a ship came in from Gascony, from the English wine ports in the south of France, and tied up at a town called Melcombe. It was the most ordinary event in the world. Ships from Gascony docked in English harbours every week of every year, carrying wine and news and returning soldiers. Nobody recorded which ship it was, or what day it arrived, or the name of a single person aboard. Within a few weeks, People in Melcombe began to die, and they died in a way no one living had ever seen. Black swellings in the armpit and the groin, fever, blood, death in 3 days or 5. By the autumn, it was in Bristol. By winter, it was in London. Hold that ship in your mind, riding quietly at its mooring rope, because it is the hinge of this entire story. On one side of it stands the house of Plantagenet, at the highest point it would ever reach. On the other side stands a different world. First, the height, because it was real, and it was staggering. 2 years before that ship docked. In August of 1346, Edward III's outnumbered. The footsore army had turned at bay on a hillside near Crécy and destroyed the chivalry of France in a single evening. The instrument of the destruction was not knighthood. It was the English longbow, a peasant's weapon, 6 feet of yew that took years to master, and that England, alone in Europe, had cultivated by law in every village, thousands of archers, loosing so fast that chroniclers reached for images of snow and hail, shot the French cavalry charges to pieces as they came, wave after wave into the dusk. 15 charges, or more by some accounts. The blind king of Bohemia, an ally of France, ordered his knights to tie their horses' bridles to his so he could strike one blow in the battle. And they rode in together and were found the next day, dead together, still tied, against a few hundred English dead at most. A meaningful portion of the French high nobility was gone in an afternoon. Europe struggled to process the news. Common archers were not supposed to be able to do that to armoured lords. And something in the deep grammar of the feudal world shifted at Crécy and never quite shifted back. Edward followed the victory by besieging the port of Calais for 11 months, starving it out, and planting an English colony in it that would remain, incredibly, for over 200 years. There is a famous scene at the surrender of Calais, recorded in its fullest form by a chronicler who loved a good scene, in which 6 leading citizens came out barefoot with nooses around their necks to offer their lives for their town, and the pregnant Queen Philippa knelt before her husband and begged them alive. Whether it happened quite that way, the story England chose to tell about itself is itself evidence. The kingdom felt, in those years, like the protagonist of something, and then the ship tied up at Melcombe, and the protagonist found out what the story actually was. The disease had come out of the east, along the trade routes, through the Crimea, through Sicily, through the ports of Italy and France, and modern science has identified it as plague, carried by fleas and rats and, in its most lethal form, by human breath. The people it fell on had no science, no germ theory, no explanation except sin, and no defense except flight. What it did to England in roughly 18 months, from the summer of 1348 through 1349, has no parallel in the recorded history of the country before or since. Modern estimates, built from manor rolls and church records, converge on something between 1/3 and 1/2 of the entire population dead. Not of the army, not of a city, of everyone. Numbers that size stop meaning anything. So, come down to the ground, where the records, a single small village in Cambridgeshire whose court rolls survive, shows more than half its tenants dead in 1 year. In some places the rolls simply stop, because the clerk who kept them died, and the man who would have replaced him died. Fields stood ready for harvest with no one to bring it in, and the grain rotted where it grew, while livestock wandered loose through it. Entire villages emptied and never refilled, and their outlines still show today as humps and hollows in English pastureland. Hundreds of them. Ghost settlements visible from the air. The clergy died faster than almost anyone. And their job took them to deathbeds, and bishops began ordaining replacements in batches, lowering the age requirements, because the alternative was parishes with no one to bury the dead. One bishop issued instructions that, in the absence of a priest, the dying could make confession to a layman, or, the letter says, even to a woman, a sentence that measures the emergency better than any statistic. People at the time believed they were watching the end of the world, and it is worth taking that seriously rather than smiling at it, because, by any measure available to them, they were, and here is where this chapter earns its place in a story about a royal family, because the plague did something to England that no king, no charter, and no parliament had ever done. It changed the price of a human being. For as long as anyone could remember, England had run on the arithmetic of too many hands and too little land. Lords held the whip because labourers were abundant and replaceable. The plague inverted that arithmetic in 18 months. Suddenly, land was abundant and hands were scarce. And the survivors, tenants and labourers who had buried half their neighbours, woke up to discover something unprecedented. They could bargain. They could demand double the old wage and get it, because the harvest would not wait. They could walk off a manor their families had been bound to for generations, and find a lord 2 valleys over who would ask no questions and pay in coin. The response of the men who ran England was immediate and instinctive. They passed a law against it, an emergency ordinance in 1349, hardened into the Statute of Labourers in 1351, froze wages at their pre-plague levels, and made it an offence to refuse work at the old rates or to leave an employer without permission. Understand what that statute was. It was the ruling class of England attempting to legislate the labour market back to the world before the ship, to repeal, by parchment, the bargaining power that mass death had handed to the people who survived it. Enforcement fell to the same landowning class that benefited from it, and the records show the law being applied for decades, with fines and stocks, against ploughmen and dairymaids and carpenters, whose crime was asking what their work was now worth. The statute could suppress wages, imperfectly, for a generation. What it could not suppress was the knowledge. Ordinary English people now knew what they were worth, knew the law existed specifically to stop them getting it, and knew exactly whose seal was on that law. The grievance went underground and compounded, year over year, like a debt. 30 years after the plague, it would surface in the largest popular uprising in English history, with a boy king riding out to face it. That is the next chapter. Plant the seed here and remember where it came from. It came off a ship, through a statute, into a rebellion, and the war went on, because the war always went on. In 1356, with both kingdoms still half staggered by plague, the king's eldest son took an army raiding through central France. He was Edward of Woodstock, Prince of Wales, called by later generations the Black Prince, a name whose origin nobody can actually document. And at Poitiers, that September, he repeated Crécy against the odds and then surpassed it. Because when the fighting ended, among the prisoners standing in the wreckage was the King of France himself, John II, the most Christian king, taken sword in hand on his own soil. The Black Prince served him dinner that evening with his own hands, waiting on him at table. The perfect gesture of an age that liked its brutality, dressed in courtesy. England now held two captive kings at once, France's and Scotland's, and the ransom set on the French king was so large it was measured against the annual output of his entire kingdom. In 1360, France, decapitated and drowning, signed a treaty conceding to Edward a vastly enlarged sovereign aquitaine. The claim to the French crown itself, Edward agreed to set aside. The family had never stood taller. Not under Henry II. Not under Richard. Never. Look at the family portrait in that year of 1360. Because the dynasty never took a better one. Edward III, not yet 50, victorious, beloved, secure, Queen Philippa beside him, and around them, the thing no Plantagenet king had ever possessed in such abundance. Sound, 5 of them living to full adulthood, capable, loyal, spectacular sons, the Black Prince, heir and hero of Christendom, Lionel, a giant of a man, married into the richest inheritance in Ireland, John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, holder of the greatest private fortune in England, Edmund of York, Thomas, the youngest. Medieval kings prayed for one competent son and rarely got him. Edward had 5, all of them draped in duchies, all of them producing children of their own. And to the England of 1360, this looked like what it was intended to look like. A dynasty armoured against every conceivable accident of mortality. The succession was not just secure, it was secure 5 times over. Sit with that thought, and then watch the next 15 years take the portrait apart. The war reignited, and this time France had learned, refusing battle, shadowing English armies, letting hunger and dysentery and the drained treasury do the work, and the great conquests bled away province by province. The Black Prince, campaigning in Spain, contracted a wasting sickness, and the most feared soldier in Europe spent his last years being carried to war in a litter, watching his own body fail by inches. In one of the final acts of his career, sick and enraged, he presided over the sack of the French town of Limoges, and the killing there, whatever its true scale, attached to his legend and never came off. He died in 1376, at 45, 1 year before his father. Edward III outlived his son, his wife, his conquests, and his own mind, fading through his final years into a shadow managed by courtiers and a grasping mistress, and a story told of his deathbed in 1377, too pointed to omit and too neat to fully trust, says that at the end the household melted away and someone pulled the rings from the old king's fingers before the body was cold, which left the succession. And here, at last, is the bomb this chapter has been assembling, the one whose fuse runs all the way to that parking lot in Leicester. The crown of England now passed over 4 living, powerful, adult royal dukes, the surviving sons of Edward III, and settled instead on the head of the Black Prince's only surviving child, a boy of 10 named Richard. Follow the arithmetic that England would spend the next century dying over. The old king's 5 sons had done their dynastic duty and filled the realm with royal blood. Every one of their lines now ran downhill through the generations, multiplying dukes and earls. every single one of whom carried the blood of Edward III and knew it, and knew precisely where his branch stood in the order of descent. Lancaster, from John of Gaunt. York, from Edmund, other lines besides, threading through daughters and marriages. In 1377 these were just names on a family tree. Loyal uncles and cousins around a child king's throne. The tree looked like strength. It was the most dangerous object in England. A dynasty had spent 3 centuries proving that it could survive anything except a dispute inside its own blood. And it had just created more disputable blood than at any moment in its history. All of it gathered around a 10-year-old. The boy was crowned in July of 1377, and the crowd wept at the sight of him, small and beautiful under the crown, and men let themselves hope. 4 years later, the debt planted by the plague statute came due, and tens of thousands of armed commoners marched on London, demanding an end to serfdom itself. And the boy, at 14, would have to ride out of the tower and face them in person. Smithfield, an open field just outside the walls of London. June the 15th, 1381. A 14-year-old boy rode out across the grass toward a crowd of tens of thousands of armed men, and everyone watching from the city walls understood that they might be about to see the King of England die. The men in that crowd were not soldiers, and that was precisely what made them terrifying. They were ploughmen, carters, thatchers, village craftsmen, the ordinary labouring people of Kent and Essex, and over the previous week they had done things that nobody in England had believed such people capable of doing. They had marched on London in their tens of thousands, and the city, either sympathetic or afraid or both, had opened its gates to them. They had burned the Savoy Palace, the most magnificent private residence in the kingdom, home of the king's uncle, John of Gaunt, and in a detail that tells you this was rage and not robbery. They had thrown its treasures into the flames and the river rather than loot them, and by one account executed one of their own caught stealing. They had broken open the prisons, and they had dragged the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Lord Chancellor of England, out of the Tower of London itself, along with the Lord Treasurer, and beheaded them on Tower Hill, hacking at the Archbishop's neck. The chronicles say, 8 strokes before it was done, and set their heads on London Bridge. The Chancellor and the Treasurer understand what those offices mean, and you understand what this was. The rebels had not murdered random churchmen. They had executed the 2 men most identified with the government's finances, and that was the whole grievance in a single image. Because what had finally detonated England was a tax. Remember the debt planted 2 chapters ago, because this is it coming due. 33 years on schedule. The plague had made working people scarce and therefore valuable, and the Statute of Labourers had made it illegal for them to collect that value, freezing wages by law at the old rates, prosecuting labourers for the crime of charging what the market would pay. For a generation, ordinary people had lived inside that contradiction, richer in bargaining power than their grandparents had ever been, and legally forbidden to use it, fined and stocked by the same landowning class that wrote the law and profited from it. Then the government, drowning in the costs of a French war now going badly, reached for a new instrument, a poll tax, a flat charge on every adult head in the kingdom, the 3rd such tax in 4 years, and the harshest, fell in 1380, at a rate that took no serious account of whether the head being taxed belonged to a duke or a dairymaid. Collection collapsed as whole villages made their people disappear from the rolls. So, in the spring of 1381, the government sent out commissioners to squeeze the missing names back onto the lists. And in Essex, at the end of May, a village called Fobbing threw the commissioners out. And the thing began. It moved with a speed that stunned everyone. And the speed itself is evidence. Because movements do not spread across 2 counties in a week unless the tinder was already stacked. The rebels had leaders. A Kentish man named Wat Tyler, whose past is almost entirely dark to us, and a wandering radical priest named John Ball, who had spent years preaching a sermon that the authorities kept jailing him for, built around a couplet that everyone in England came to know, when Adam delved and Eve span. Who was then the gentleman? Sit with that line for a second, because it may be the most subversive sentence produced in medieval England. It does not ask for lower taxes. It asks why lords exist. And here is the strangest feature of the whole rising, the one that mattered most at Smithfield. The rebels were not against the king. They were, by every account we have, passionately for him. Their slogan invoked King Richard and the true commons. Their theory, as far as their actions reveal it, was that the boy king was good and betrayed, surrounded by traitors, his uncle Gaunt chief among them, and that if the commons could only cut through the circle of corrupt councillors and reach the king himself, king and people together would set England right. They killed his chancellor and burned his uncle's palace and remained, in their own minds, the most loyal men in the kingdom. Whether that faith was naive is a fair question. What it certainly was, for 1 week in June, was the only card the government had left, because the military resources of the Crown were scattered, the city was compromised, and the Tower of London, with the king inside it, was effectively under siege by his own subjects. So they played the card. On the 13th of June, the boy tried to parley from a barge on the Thames, and his councillors would not let him land. On the 14th, he rode out to meet the Essex men at Mile End and promised them, on his word, as king, the abolition of serfdom itself, charters of freedom, pardon for all. And Clark sat down in the open air and began writing out manumissions by the batch while part of the crowd, satisfied, actually started for home. It was while the king was at Mile End, making those promises, that another part of the crowd took the Tower and killed the Archbishop. And on the 15th came Smithfield, the meeting with Tyler and the hard core of the Kentish men, the crowd that had not gone home. What exactly happened at Smithfield comes to us from chroniclers, who all hated the rebels. So handle the details with care. The shape of it is consistent across the accounts. Tyler rode out alone to meet the king, behaved with a familiarity that scandalized the royal party, called for a drink, and laid out demands that went far beyond Mile End. An end not just to serfdom, but to lordship itself. The wealth of the church divided. All men equal under the king. Words passed. A scuffle broke out. The mayor of London, William Walworth, struck Tyler down. One of the king's squires finished him, and the rebel leader fell dying in front of tens of thousands of his own armed followers, who now bent their bows. That is the moment. Everything in England came down to about 30 seconds in a field. An army of enraged commons. Their leader bleeding on the ground. A few hundred courtiers, and a 14-year-old boy. And the boy rode forward, alone, toward the drawn bows. By every account, we have, and called out to the crowd, words remembered in several versions, of which the substance is this: You shall have no captain but me. Follow me to the fields, and you shall have all you ask, whether it was courage, or a script, or a child too young to fully compute the danger. It worked. The crowd hesitated and followed him, away from the city, while the mayor galloped back and raised the armed men of London. And the moment, the only moment the rising ever had, passed. What came next stains everything, and it must be told plainly because the rest of Richard's life grows out of it. The promises were revoked, all of them, the charters of freedom, sealed with the king's own seal, were annulled within weeks as extracted under duress. The same legal reasoning a pope had once used to void Magna Carta, the rebellion's remaining pockets were hunted down through the summer. John Ball was tried and given the traitor's death, and the judicial killings ran into the hundreds. And when a deputation from Essex came to remind the king of what he had promised at Mile End, a chronicle records his answer in words that, even allowing for a hostile pen, sound like the boy who would become the man. Villains, you were, and villains you are. In bondage you shall remain, and it shall be incomparably harsher. Historians have argued ever since about how much of Smithfield was Richard and how much was the men around him. And the truth is out of reach. What is not out of reach is what the experience taught the boy, because his whole reign testifies to it. At 14, with the kingdom collapsing around him, he had ridden out alone, spoken, and an army had obeyed everyone else. The councillors, the uncles, the mayor, had panicked, or schemed, or hidden. He alone had been touched with something, and the crowd had felt it. Take that lesson, plant it in a boy already raised on the sacredness of kingship, and let it grow for 20 years. And what you get is a king who believed, not as rhetoric, but as fact, that his person was different in kind from other men's, that opposition to his will was not politics, but sacrilege. England got to watch that belief mature. Richard grew into a connoisseur king, a builder and a patron in the mould of Henry III, rather than a warrior in the mould of his father, the Black Prince. And there was much in him that a later age would find sympathetic. A genuine aesthete who commissioned masterpieces, sponsored the poet Geoffrey Chaucer, promoted peace with France when peace was heresy, and is credited by tradition with popularizing that essential instrument of civilization, the handkerchief. But the court he built around himself was a temple with one god. He demanded forms of address no English king had used, insisted on elaborate ceremonial distance, and by one contemporary account would sit crowned and silent on a throne for hours on festival days while the court stood. And any man whose eye the king's gaze fell upon was to kneel. The nobility could have forgiven the theatre. What they could not forgive was the casting, because Richard poured offices, lands, and titles into a small circle of favourites, while the great established families watched from outside the glass. It broke. The first time, in 1387 and 88, when a coalition of 5 great lords, the Lords Appellant, took up arms, destroyed the king's friends' forces in the field, and then, in an assembly remembered as the Merciless Parliament, judicially slaughtered the king's inner circle, executions and exiles and confiscations, while Richard, in effect, a prisoner, was made to watch. There is a report, from one chronicle, that the lords went so far as to discuss deposing him for several days before drawing back from the brink. Whether or not that is literally true. Richard behaved for the rest of his life as if he believed it was. He submitted, waited, declared himself of age, and governed for 8 years with a smoothness that fooled nearly everyone into thinking the lesson had been learned. It had been learned, just not the lesson they thought. In 1397, a decade after his humiliation, Richard struck. The 3 senior appellants were taken in a single coordinated stroke, one executed on a legal fiction, one dying in custody in Calais before he could be tried, almost certainly murdered on royal orders, one exiled with his lands stripped, Parliament packed and surrounded by the king's private army of Cheshire archers, criminalized the events of 1388 retroactively. Men began to be forced to seal blank charters, undated confessions of debt to the crown that the king could fill in at leisure, so that half the political nation lived under a suspended sentence. Contemporaries reached for a new word for what England was becoming, and the word was tyranny. 2 appellants of the second rank had been left standing in 1397, spared as junior and reconciled. One of them was the king's first cousin, Henry Bolingbroke, son and heir of John of Gaunt, the mightiest subject in England. In 1398, Richard found his opening against him, a private quarrel between Bolingbroke and another lord, which the king escalated into a trial by combat, and then, at the last theatrical moment, with the 2 armoured men actually on the field, halted, banishing them both, Bolingbroke for 10 years. It was arbitrary, it was legally grotesque, and it was, by Richard's lights, elegant. The last threat removed, without a drop of royal blood spilled. Then, in February of 1399, old John of Gaunt died, and Richard stood at a fork that the whole century had been building toward. His exiled cousin was now, by every law and custom England possessed, Duke of Lancaster, heir to the greatest private inheritance in the kingdom. Let the inheritance pass, and the banishment become survivable, a family quarrel that time might mend. Richard extended the banishment to life and confiscated everything: the Duchy of Lancaster, the castles, the retainers, the whole mountain of it, swallowed by the crown. Feel the click of that decision, because every propertied man in England felt it. This was not cruelty to a cousin. This was the destruction of the one principle that made the entire system tolerable: the security of inheritance, the guarantee that what your father held would come to you. If the Duke of Lancaster could be stripped bare by a king's signature, no earl, no baron, no knight with 2 manors held anything except by royal mood. Richard had, in a single act, converted every landholder in England into a potential victim, and therefore into a potential enemy. And having done it, having beggared and provoked the best connected soldier of the royal blood, Richard gathered an army and sailed to Ireland. Leaving England behind him like an unlocked door, Bolingbroke landed on the Yorkshire coast that summer with a force small enough to count, and announced, carefully, repeatedly, on oath, that he had come for one thing only: his inheritance, the duchy that was his by right. Whether he believed it himself is one of the genuine mysteries of English history. It hardly mattered. The door was open, and England walked through it to him. The Tower of London, late September, 1399. 2 cousins stood in a room, and between them, On a cushion, or a table, sat the crown of England, the grandsons of Edward III, born 3 months apart, raised in and out of each other's households, companions once. One of them was the anointed King of England, and a prisoner. The other was a banished traitor by law, and the master of the kingdom. What was actually said in that room? Nobody reliably knows. The official account, drawn up by the winners and entered into the parliamentary record, describes a serene and gracious ceremony, a king resigning his crown with a cheerful countenance, freely absolving his subjects of their oaths, naming his dear cousin as his preferred successor. Read that account with the appropriate expression, because it is precisely the kind of document that regimes produce when the truth cannot be published, and its very smoothness is the tell. Other, unofficial accounts leak a different scene. A furious Richard, demanding to know by what right he was held, insisting that his crown was God's to give and not his to resign. And one French chronicle preserves, whether as fact or as perfect legend, the detail this story has been waiting for. It says Richard took the crown, placed it on the ground, and resigned it not to Henry but to God. Here is the crown's third appearance in our story. And mark how far it has travelled. First it sank in the mud of the Wash with King John's baggage. Then it was improvised as a borrowed circlet on a 9-year-old's head at Gloucester. Now it sits on the floor of a room in the Tower, between 2 grandsons of the same king. And neither man can simply pick it up, because both of them know, better than anyone else alive, that the thing on the floor is not really the object. It is the belief that surrounds the object. And what happened in England in the autumn of 1399 was that the belief was renegotiated at sword point while everyone involved pretended, at the top of their voices, that no such thing was happening. Rewind 3 months. Because the collapse deserves to be watched in real time. Bolingbroke had landed in July with a few hundred men and a carefully limited claim, his duchy, his inheritance. Nothing more. What followed was less a campaign than a coronation procession in disguise. The great lords of the north came to him at once. The Regency government's army melted. Men flowed to Lancaster from every county, not because England had voted for a usurpation, but because every landowner in the kingdom had understood the confiscation of the Lancaster inheritance as a personal threat, and Bolingbroke's cause, "My own is my own," was the one banner under which the entire propertied nation could march without a twinge. Richard, rushing back from Ireland, found the country already lost, his Cheshire Guard deserted, his household advisers scattered or defected. The king went north to Conwy in Wales with a handful of followers, and there, through intermediaries who swore solemn oaths on the sacrament that he would remain king, that only his misgovernment would be reformed, he was talked out from behind his walls. The oaths lasted as far as the first convenient ambush on the road, where the royal party rode into waiting soldiers, and the King of England arrived at Chester, and then at the Tower, as a captive being described, ever more loudly, as a guest. Now watch the lawyer's work, because the next month is one of the most instructive spectacles in English constitutional history. A revolution, conducted entirely in the vocabulary of legality by men improvising every step. The precedent of 1327 was dusted off. The deposition of Edward II, the thing everyone had spent 72 years calling a terrible exception. Articles of accusation were drafted against Richard, 33 of them, a catalogue of tyranny, the murders and the confiscations and the blank charters and the packed parliament, and, running beneath the specific charges, the one great accusation that he had declared the laws to be in his own mouth and breast, an assembly of Lords and Commons gathered at Westminster at the end of September, technically not a parliament, since a parliament required a king's authority, and the king was the business under discussion, and to it was read Richard's resignation, that cheerful and gracious resignation, followed by the articles, and the assembly declared the throne vacant. And then came the problem. The whole century had been storing up. The problem this chapter exists to plant in your mind, because the next 4 chapters and the deaths of tens of thousands of Englishmen grow directly out of it. If the throne was vacant, who was next? Strict blood said something extremely inconvenient. By the ordinary rules of inheritance, the ones every landed family in England lived by, the line ran from Edward III through his second surviving son, Lionel of Clarence, whose only child had been a daughter, whose line had passed through her into the Mortimer family. The senior Mortimer heir in 1399 was a boy of 7. Bolingbroke descended from John of Gaunt, the third son, if land law applied to crowns, and no one could authoritatively say whether it did. The little Mortimer boy stood ahead of him, and Henry knew it, and everyone in that Westminster assembly knew it, and the fact could not be said aloud and could not be made to disappear. So it was managed. Henry stood up in the assembly and claimed the throne in a formula so carefully vague that scholars have been performing surgery on it for 6 centuries, resting his right on descent from the king's blood, on God's grace shown in his recovery of the realm, and on the kingdom's need of rescue from misgovernment, blood, conquest, and necessity, blended smooth, with the exact genealogical arithmetic left prudently unexamined. There is even a report that his council had explored an old family fable that his line was secretly senior, and quietly dropped it when the chronicles refused to cooperate. The assembly acclaimed him. 2 weeks later he was crowned as Henry IV, anointed, for good measure, with a miraculous oil said to have been given to St. Thomas Becket by the Virgin Mary herself, a relic conveniently rediscovered just in time, because a regime this short of legitimacy needed every drop of the supernatural it could requisition, and the deposed king went north, to Pontefract Castle, into the dark. The plan, as far as the new regime had won, seems to have been quiet, perpetual custody. The plan lasted 3 months. At Christmas of 1399, a circle of Richard's old courtiers launched a rising to seize the new king and restore the old one. And it failed. And it killed Richard as surely as any blade, because it demonstrated the thing every holder of a deposed king eventually learns. The lesson of Berkeley Castle: a living rival king is a standing invitation. By mid-February 1400, Richard of Bordeaux was dead at Pontefract, aged 33, the regime announced, and may even have arranged it to be technically true, that he had starved himself in grief. The consensus of historians is simpler, that he was starved, food withheld until the problem solved itself, a method with the special advantage of leaving a corpse without a mark. The body was carried south with the face exposed to prove the king was dead, and buried, pointedly, away from Westminster, in a modest friary at King's Langley. Henry IV had done it. He had taken the crown of England with hardly a battle, buried his predecessor, and founded the House of Lancaster on the throne. And the reign that followed is the great cautionary tale of medieval kingship, Because Henry Bolingbroke, the most admired knight in Europe, the crusader, the tournament champion, the man England had carried to the throne on its shoulders, spent the rest of his life discovering that the crown he had taken would not sit still on a taken head. The arithmetic of usurpation asserted itself almost at once. Every argument Henry had used against Richard remained in circulation, available to anyone who cared to use it against Henry. And plenty cared. He faced rebellion after rebellion. Year upon year, Wales rose under Owain Glyndwr and stayed risen for a decade. The Percys, the mighty northern family, whose swords had done more than any other to put Henry on the throne, decided he had short-changed them and came for him in arms. And at Shrewsbury in 1403, Henry had to fight the first pitched battle between English royal armies since the civil wars of the previous century. Watching the man who had been his kingmaker die in the attempt to unmake him, the Archbishop of York rose next and was executed for it. An archbishop judicially killed by the crown, something not even King John had dared. And men noted that the king's health broke within days of the execution and drew the medieval conclusion, because that was the other thing. His body failed him, spectacularly and mysteriously, from about 1405 onward, a disfiguring skin affliction that rumour promptly diagnosed as leprosy, God's own verdict on the man who had killed an anointed king and an archbishop, along with seizures and collapses that left him at times unable to govern. Modern medicine cannot diagnose him at 6 centuries' distance, but the politics of the disease mattered more than its pathology. England looked at its magnificent usurper, rotting on the throne. He had taken and read the sentence heaven had written. He died in 1413, in his mid-40s, worn through, in a chamber at Westminster Abbey called the Jerusalem Chamber, which allowed the pious to note that a prophecy that he would die in Jerusalem had been fulfilled with an irony only God could afford. A story told afterward, unverifiable and irresistible, has his eldest son lifting the crown from the pillow while the king still breathed, and the dying man waking to ask by what right the boy took it, since, as the father knew better than any man living, the family had no right to it at all. Set the ledger of Henry IV side by side, because the balance is the point of his whole life. He had proved that the machinery of deposition worked, that the 1327 precedent was not an exception but a procedure, available to any man with enough soldiers and a grievance the political nation shared. And he had paid for the proof with 14 years of rebellion, treason trials, poverty, sickness, and suspicion, discovering that a throne taken by argument of force is held by argument of force forever, because the argument never closes. That is the debt this chapter hands forward, and it is now compounding. Bolingbroke had shown every descendant of Edward III what was possible. The crown was no longer a fixed point around which the political world turned. It was a prize, held by the strongest claim in the field. And the field, thanks to old King Edward's 5 fertile sons, was filling with claimants generation by generation. Mortimer blood and York blood and Lancaster blood, each family with its copy of the family tree and its private arithmetic, for one reign. One short and blinding reign. None of that would matter. The son who lifted the crown from the pillow was about to take the family's oldest dream, the dream of France, and come within 2 months of living it, and England would follow him into legend and never quite forgive any king after him for not being him. His father had taken a crown that was not his. The son intended to win one that was on a muddy field in Picardy, against odds that made his own captains write their wills. A muddy field between two woods in Picardy, northern France. The morning of October the 25th, 1415, an English army of perhaps 6,000 men stood in the autumn rain and looked across a ploughed field at a French army that outnumbered it several times over. The exact figures have been argued over for 600 years, and the honest range runs from perhaps 12,000 Frenchmen to more than twice that. The argument misses the point that every man standing in that field understood perfectly. Nobody, on either side, thought the English could win. The English were not an army at that moment, so much as the remains of one. They had landed in Normandy in August, nearly 12,000 strong, and spent 5 weeks besieging the port of Harfleur, where dysentery had done what French soldiers could not, killing and invaliding a third of the force before a single battle was fought. The king had then made a decision his own council argued against: a long march north to the English enclave at Calais, through hostile country, in worsening weather, essentially to prove that the King of England could walk across France, and France could not stop him. France, it turned out, intended to stop him. The French shadowed the march, blocked the fords of the Somme, forced the exhausted English days out of their way, and finally, on the night of October the 24th, placed their enormous army directly across the Calais road, near a castle whose name the English would spell Agincourt. The accounts of that night agree on the strange detail that the English camp fell almost completely silent. The king had ordered quiet, and men spent the night confessing to priests, because the reasonable expectation was that they would die in the morning. In the French camp, chroniclers on both sides report, the mood ran the other way: noise and confidence, and, in the tradition that grew up afterward, nobles dicing for the ransoms of English lords not yet captured, the man responsible for all of this, the king who had marched them into the trap, was 29 years old, and he is the closest thing this entire story has to a figure out of legend, which is exactly why he has to be handled with care. Henry V had been a soldier since boyhood. At 16, at the Battle of Shrewsbury, fighting for his father against the Percys, he had taken an arrow in the face, beside the nose, and the surgeon who eventually extracted the barbed head from 6 inches inside the skull left a written record of the operation, a specially forged instrument, the wound kept open with wine-soaked probes. Weeks of treatment without anesthetic. The prince was back in the field within months, and led armies through the grinding Welsh wars of his father's reign for years afterward. Whatever else is said of Henry V, and a great deal must be said, no king of England ever came to the throne with his apprenticeship more completely served. He had inherited, in 1413, exactly the poisoned crown you watched his father win. The House of Lancaster sat on a usurped throne, sick with rebellion, broke, haunted by a murdered king, and Henry, from his first weeks, set about a repair job of remarkable coldness and intelligence. He reburied Richard II, lifted the body from its obscure friary grave and translated it, with full royal honours, to the tomb Richard had built for himself in Westminster Abbey, the son honouring the man his father had destroyed, and, by burying him magnificently, declaring the quarrel closed. He restored the heirs of his father's enemies to their lands and titles, converting the sons of traitors into grateful servants. The message of all of it was the same. The Lancastrian Revolution was over. The Lancastrian monarchy, legitimate, pious, and permanent, had begun, and then he reached for the largest legitimacy machine the family owned. The old dream, the claim to France. Whether Henry believed in the claim as law or wielded it as policy is unknowable and probably meaningless, since in him the two were fused. France in 1415 was not the France that had crushed King John. It was a kingdom in ruins. Its king, Charles VI, lost for years at a time in episodes of madness, during which, by the reports of his own court, he sometimes believed he was made of glass and would shatter at a touch, while around the poor man's throne, two factions of the royal family, Burgundians and Armagnacs, murdered each other's leaders in the streets of Paris. Henry looked at the strongest neighbour England had ever feared and saw a house with its door hanging open. So, the field at Agincourt, what happened there on St. Crispin's Day can be told quickly, because the battle itself was short, perhaps 3 hours, and horrifyingly simple. The field was newly ploughed, soaked by weeks of rain, and narrow, funneling between two woods, so that French numbers could not deploy, and simply stacked up Henry's archers, the great mass of his little army, planted sharpened stakes against cavalry, and shot into the compressed French advance at a rate no armoured column could endure. The French men at arms who survived the arrows arrived at the English line exhausted, having waded hundreds of yards through knee-deep mud in 60 pounds of steel, and the fighting at the line became a crush. Men killed less by blades than by the weight of their own following ranks, trampled and suffocated in the press, the living climbing walls of the fallen. The chronicles describe heaps of dead higher than a man. Into this, the English archers, out of arrows, waded with mallets and knives. By early afternoon, the French army had come apart, and its casualty list read like a census of the governing class. Dukes, counts, the Constable of France himself, thousands of the nobility of the kingdom dead in an afternoon against English losses in the low hundreds. There is one stain on the day, and an honest telling includes it. At the crisis of the battle, fearing a renewed attack while his men were encumbered with thousands of prisoners, Henry ordered the prisoners killed, and hundreds of captive, unarmed noblemen were, and the order horrified even some of his own men, who by one account refused until archers were assigned to it. His contemporaries, notably, did not condemn him for it as a war crime in the modern sense. It is recorded because it happened, a window into the actual temperature of the age, and into the king, who made the arithmetic instantly and never, so far as any record shows, lost a night's sleep over it. Agincourt did not conquer France. Strategically, it decided almost nothing. Psychologically, it decided almost everything, because it told England, and Henry, and Europe, that God had rendered a verdict. The usurper's son, the boy from the house with no right to its own throne, had stood in the mud against the chivalry of France, at odds no gambler would touch, and God had given him the day. That is how the age read results. And Henry, the most sincerely pious king the family ever produced, read it the same way, walking barefoot into Thanksgiving services and insisting the victory was God's alone. Legitimacy. The thing his father had spent 14 sick years failing to argue England into. Henry had won in 3 hours with a bow he never drew. What followed was 5 years of conquest of a completeness no English king, not Edward III, not Richard the Lionheart, had ever approached. Henry came back in 1417, not to raid but to keep, reducing Normandy fortress by fortress. The first English king to hold Rouen since the days of King John, while France's civil war did half his work for him. Then, in 1419, the French factions attempted a reconciliation, and at the Bridge of Montereau, at a sworn peace conference, the Armagnac party murdered the Duke of Burgundy with an axe before the eyes of the heir to the French throne. A century later, a monk showing visitors the Duke's shattered skull would say that through that hole the English entered France. And the epigram is exact, because the murdered Duke's son went straight into alliance with Henry, and together they dictated terms that no one in 300 years of this family's dreaming had ever dared write down. The Treaty of Troyes, sealed in May of 1420. By its terms, the poor mad King Charles VI kept his crown for his lifetime, and disinherited his own son, the Dauphin, tainted by the Montereau murder. Henry married the king's daughter, Catherine of Valois, and upon the mad king's death, the crown of France itself would pass to Henry V and his heirs. Forever, not Aquitaine, not Normandy, everything. The claim Edward III had quartered onto his shield 83 years earlier had been converted, seal by seal, into the law of both kingdoms. The family stood, on paper, one heartbeat from the double monarchy of England and France, the largest prize any English dynasty would ever touch. One heartbeat. Sit with the dates, because the whole rest of this story lives inside them. In December 1421, at Windsor, Queen Catherine gave birth to a son. In the summer of 1422, Henry V, besieging a town south of Paris, came down with what the sources describe as dysentery, the same unglamorous killer that had gutted his army before Agincourt, that had killed the young king and King John before him. He died at the chateau of Vincennes on the last day of August, 1422, arranging the government of 2 kingdoms from his deathbed with the same administrative composure he had brought to everything. Aged around 35, Charles VI of France, the mad king whose crown Henry had contracted to inherit, died 7 weeks later. 7 weeks. Had Henry lived 50 more days, he would have been crowned King of France in Paris, the only English monarch ever to wear both crowns. In fact, instead, the double monarchy, the treaty, the conquest, the entire structure that one man's will had assembled, descended together onto the heir he left behind. The heir was 9 months old. England did not know it yet, but it had just seen the summit. Every road in this story from here on runs downhill, and it runs faster and faster, because the family had spent 3 centuries learning how to survive weak kings, child kings, absent kings, mad kings, and it was now about to draw, in a single reign, all 4 cards at once. Windsor Castle, August 1453. A messenger came to the king with news from the south of France, and the news was the worst any English government had received in 100 years. The army of the great John Talbot, the last feared English commander of the age, had been annihilated at a place called Castillon, Talbot himself dead in the wreck, and with him died English Gascony. Bordeaux would surrender within weeks. The land that had come into the family with Eleanor of Aquitaine 300 years before, the vineyards that had paid for generations of English wars, the last fragment of the empire of Henry II, was gone. Of everything the family had ever held in France, there remained exactly one town, Calais. The 100 Years' War was over, and England had lost it, and the King of England, hearing this, or some accumulation of griefs, of which this was the last, went somewhere no one could follow. The sources describe it plainly and helplessly. Henry VI fell, that August, into a state in which he recognized no one, responded to nothing, could not speak, could not stand unaided, had to be fed, and remained so for nearly a year and a half. Modern writers reach cautiously for terms like catatonia, and the caution is correct, because no one can diagnose a man across 6 centuries. What can be said is what contemporaries recorded. When his infant son was born that October, and the baby was presented to him, brought to his arms, so that the father might acknowledge the heir England had waited 8 years for. The king looked at the child once, cast his eyes down, and said nothing. They tried again months later. Nothing. The madness, if that is the word, ran in the blood, and everyone at court could do the arithmetic. His grandfather, through his mother Catherine, was Charles VI of France, the Glass King, the poor man who had believed a touch would shatter him. The 2 royal marriages that were supposed to fuse the crowns of England and France had fused something else instead, and delivered it to the throne of the conqueror's grandson. But here is the thing that has to be understood about Henry VI, the thing that makes his reign the true tragedy of this story rather than its farce. Even awake, even lucid, he had never ruled, not in any sense his ancestors would have recognized. He had become king at 9 months old, the only English monarch ever crowned in both kingdoms. A child paraded to Paris for a French coronation, while his uncles governed in his name, and he had grown up inside the machinery of kingship without ever developing the appetite for it. What he grew into instead was something England had no category for, a genuinely gentle man, pious to a depth that even hostile observers conceded was real, dressed with a plainness that embarrassed his court, given to pardoning traitors the moment the axe was raised, distressed by executions, by luxury, by quarrels, by, as far as the record shows, nearly everything his job consisted of. His 2 enduring monuments are schools, Eton College and King's College, Cambridge, founded and obsessed over while his kingdom curdled. Put him in a monastery and he might have died, beloved, and been canonized on schedule. England put him on a throne, at the head of a warrior aristocracy holding a losing war, and his virtues operated as a system failure, because a medieval kingdom, this entire story has been demonstrating for 14 chapters, was not a machine that ran on its own. It was a machine that ran on the king. Justice, patronage, the arbitration of noble feuds, the distribution of offices and lands and favor, all of it converged on one man's judgment. And when that judgment was absent, weak, or captured, the machine did not idle. It fed on itself. Through the 1440s and 50s, The court around the passive king became a single faction that engrossed everything: lands, offices, the king's signature itself, while rivals were frozen out, and the government's debts swelled grotesquely, and the war in France was managed into catastrophe. And in the localities, the great families, unable to get justice from a court that had become a private club, began settling their disputes with retinues and ambushes. In 1450, the southeast rose in a mass revolt that stormed London itself for 3 days, demanding not the king's removal, but the heads of his ministers, and got several of them, the treasurer of England, dragged out and butchered by the crowd. The rising was put down. Nothing it complained of was fixed. Into this vacuum stepped, because someone had to, the two figures whose collision would consume everything, and they deserve to be seen clearly. Both of them, before the fighting starts. The first was the Queen. Margaret of Anjou had been married to Henry at 15, a French king's kinswoman, delivered as part of a truce that England quickly decided had been a swindle, and she carried that resentment as a birthmark through her entire English life. She was, by the testimony of friend and enemy alike, everything her husband was not: proud, quick, articulate, physically fearless, with a political will of tempered steel. For years, she had played the conventional queen's part. What transformed her was 1453, the double catastrophe of that autumn: a husband suddenly vacant, and a newborn son suddenly everything. From that season forward, Margaret of Anjou had exactly one policy, pursued with a constancy that no man in this story ever matched. Her son would have his inheritance. Every ally was judged, every enemy defined by that single test. England, which had never been governed by a woman and despised the idea, watched a foreign queen assemble and command a political party in her husband's name, and hated her for it with a special intensity. And the hatred, read, at this distance, is itself a kind of tribute. In a family whose men kept failing the office, the most relentless political operator wearing Lancaster's colours was the Queen. The second figure was the cousin. Richard, Duke of York, was the wealthiest nobleman in England, and, by blood, the walking embodiment of the problem planted 3 chapters ago, because the arithmetic of Edward III's 5 sons converged on him from 2 directions at once. Through his father he descended from the 4th son. Through his mother he carried the Mortimer claim, the line of the 2nd son, the line that strict inheritance had preferred over Bolingbroke's in 1399, and that Lancaster had spent 50 years teaching itself to forget. No one in England needed the genealogy explained. York was, depending on the observer, the rightful heir, presumptive, or the standing threat, and for years he behaved, by the visible record, as neither, serving as royal lieutenant in France and Ireland, styling himself the king's truest subject, demanding not the crown but reform, the removal of the court clique, a seat at the council he was pointedly denied. Whether ambition was in him from the start or grew from being shut out is one of the genuine unknowables. What is documented is the pattern. Every approach he made was rebuffed. Every rival advanced. And the court treated the man with the best blood claim in England as an enemy until he became one. The king's collapse in 1453 forced the issue, because someone had to govern, and Parliament, over Margaret's bitter opposition, chose York As protector of the realm, he governed, by most assessments, competently and without a grab at the throne, and jailed the Queen's chief ally, the Duke of Somerset. Then, around Christmas 1454, the king woke up, recognized his son at last, thanked God, remembered nothing, and with the gentle king's return, the whole arrangement inverted overnight. Somerset out of the Tower, York out of the government, every gain reversed. And both parties now understood that England's rule would oscillate with one fragile man's consciousness, and that whichever faction held the king held everything, and that the other side, out of power, was one bad season from the axe. That calculation, on both sides, is the origin of the Wars of the Roses. Not, in 1455, a war for the crown, a war for control of the man who wore it. In May of that year, York and his allies intercepted the royal court at the town of St. Albans, north of London, and after a morning of failed negotiation, their retainers stormed the barricaded streets. It was less a battle than an armed street purge. A few hours, a few score dead, but the dead were selected. Somerset cut down under a tavern sign, the Percy Earl of Northumberland killed, the king himself, standing dazed under his banner, grazed in the neck by an arrow and led away to safety while his household fought and died around him. York knelt to his captured sovereign and swore his loyalty, and governed again for a time as protector, and the fiction held that nothing irreversible had happened. The fiction was wrong, and the reason it was wrong is the mechanism this entire dynasty had been building since Chinon. Every man killed at St. Albans had sons. The new Duke of Somerset, the new Earl of Northumberland, boys who had seen their fathers' bodies, entered politics with exactly one aim, and Margaret gathered the heirs of the dead into a court party whose bond was blood debt. England now contained two armed coalitions whose quarrel could not be arbitrated, because the arbitrator of the realm was the throne, and the throne was the prize. There would be truces in the years that followed, even a grotesque public love day in 1458, enemies parading hand in hand to St. Paul's, York walking with the widowed queen, the father's killers paired with the sons. Nobody was fooled, least of all the participants, Arvord. Before the storm, about the name history gave that storm, because the name is itself a small lesson in how the past gets dressed. The Wars of the Roses. The white rose was indeed a badge of York, one of several. The red rose of Lancaster was rare until the very end, when the Tudor victors, needing a tidy emblem of reconciliation, stitched the two together into their double rows and back, projected the floral war onto 3 decades of carnage. The pairing was made famous by later writers, above all by Shakespeare, whose history plays gave the conflict the shape most people still carry in their heads. Brilliant, unforgettable, and written under the granddaughter of the man who won, beneath the roses. The thing itself was what this family had been rehearsing for 300 years. The Devil's Brood arithmetic, run to its conclusion. Cousin against cousin, with the crown itself as the only stake that could not be split. If the shape feels familiar from a certain celebrated television saga of warring houses, that is no accident. Its author has said plainly that he mined this exact conflict. Lancaster and York barely disguised, for his warring families. The modern world's favourite fantasy of dynastic slaughter is this family's documented history, with the names changed and dragons added, and the original needed no dragons. By 1460, the pretense of loyalty had burned through. York, driven into open rebellion, returned from exile, marched into Westminster Hall, and laid his hand on the empty throne. Expecting acclamation, he was met instead with silence. An entire political nation flinching from the final step, and the Lords brokered the last compromise anyone would attempt. Henry would keep the crown for life. York and his sons would inherit. The act settled everything except the one person it disinherited, the Queen's 7-year-old son, which meant it settled nothing, because Margaret of Anjou did not recognize settlements that ended her boy. She raised the North. That December, York marched to meet her with too few men, and at Wakefield, outside his own castle of Sandal, for reasons no source explains convincingly. He came down from a defensible position into the open and was swallowed. He died in the fighting or moments after it. His second son, 17 years old, was killed in the rout, by tradition murdered in cold blood while pleading, and his ally, the old Earl of Salisbury, was dragged out and beheaded by a mob the next day. Then Margaret's party did the thing England never forgot. The Duke of York's severed head was crowned with a paper crown, a mocking circlet of straw and paper, and set on a spike above the gates of the city of York. The claimant of the blood royal, converted into a carnival exhibit, mark the crown's fourth appearance in this story, and measure the distance it has fallen, sunk in a marsh with John's baggage, borrowed for a child at Gloucester, laid on the floor of the tower between two cousins, and now cut from paper and nailed, as a joke, to a dead man's brow above a city gate. Each appearance cheaper than the last, and each one paid for in more blood than the last, as if the object's price and its dignity were running in opposite directions. And there was one appearance still to come, in a thorn bush, 25 years down the road. The paper crown was meant as an ending. The pretender mocked. The quarrel closed. It was the opposite. In the south, receiving the news, stood York's eldest son, Edward, Earl of March, 18 years old, 6 foot 3½ inches by the measure eventually taken of his skeleton, the tallest king in 1,000 years of English history. Beautiful, affable, and, as the next 90 days were about to demonstrate, the most naturally lethal battlefield commander the family had produced since the Lionheart. The wars of control were over. The war for the crown itself had just been declared, and the young man now carrying the claim did not share his father's patience for constitutional half-measures. His father had wanted the throne acknowledged. The son intended to take it. A plateau of farmland between two Yorkshire villages, Towton and Saxton, Palm Sunday, March the 29th, 1461. A snowstorm. 2 English armies advanced toward each other through driving snow. On the holiest Sunday of the year before Easter, and what happened between them over the next 10 hours has a serious claim to being the bloodiest single day in the entire history of England. The chronicler's figure, repeated for centuries, is 28,000 dead. Modern historians treat that number with deep suspicion, as they treat all medieval casualty counts, and even the skeptics concede that the true toll was catastrophic, the largest battle ever fought on English soil, with the dead measured in the tens of thousands or something near it. Every man who fell was English. Both armies marched behind the same cross, spoke the same language, and in many recorded cases shared the same surnames, because Towton was where the arithmetic of this family finally presented its bill, and the bill was paid by an entire country. The tactical story of the day can be told in 3 details, and each one is worse than a number. The wind. The snow blew from the south into the faces of the Lancastrian army, and the Yorkist archers used it, stepping forward, loosing at extended range with the gale behind their arrows, then stepping back, while the Lancastrian replies fell short and blind into the snow, and the Lancastrians, shot to pieces where they stood, had to charge to make it stop. The order, before the fighting closed, word went through the Yorkist ranks, recorded by multiple sources, that no quarter would be given or asked, no prisoners, no ransoms, a deliberate suspension of the rules that made aristocratic war survivable, because this war was no longer about capturing rivals. It was about ending them, and the rout. When the Lancastrian line finally broke in the afternoon, it broke toward a flooded stream at the bottom of a slope, men still called Bloody Meadow, and the accounts describe fugitives drowning in their armour in such numbers that the living crossed on the bodies of the dead, and the meltwater ran red for miles. Mass graves found around the battlefield centuries later, filled with skeletons bearing multiple skull wounds. Wounds struck from behind, wounds struck after the men were down, have given that rhetoric a forensic signature. The no quarter order was carried out. Standing in the middle of it, fighting on foot all day at the age of 18, was the new king who had made it happen. And the rest of this chapter belongs to him and to the 2 men closest to his blood, because the reign of Edward IV is this dynasty's whole pathology concentrated into a single household. A kingmaker who unmade his own king, a brother executed by his brother, and at the end, waiting in the wings, the most loyal man in England. Edward of York had claimed the crown 3 weeks before Towton. In London, in a ceremony of acclamation, improvised around the fiction that Henry VI had violated the Compromise of 1460 and thereby forfeited, the claim was made real on Palm Sunday, in the snow. Henry, Margaret, and their son fled to Scotland, a court in exile, and England took stock of its new sovereign. He was, first, simply a physical event, 6'3½", confirmed when his coffin was opened centuries later, strikingly handsome by the unanimous testimony of observers foreign and domestic, affable, in a way no king of this family had been since his great-great-grandfather charmed the nobility into the Garter, and he could fight. Edward IV commanded in more pitched battles than any other king of England, and lost none of them, not one. The family had produced its last great soldier, and he was, for the moment, 20 years old, with nothing left to conquer except the business of governing, which brought him to the first of the 2 relationships that define his story. Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, was Edward's first cousin, the wealthiest nobleman in the kingdom, holder of a chain of castles and retainers that amounted to a private state, and the indispensable architect of the Yorkist victory. It was Warwick's money, Warwick's men, and Warwick's fleet at Calais that had carried the cause through its worst years. And Europe assumed, not unreasonably, that the beautiful young king was the creation and the instrument of his magnificent cousin. Ambassadors wrote home that England had 2 rulers, and named Warwick first. Later generations gave him the title that stuck, The Kingmaker, and the title contains the whole tragedy, because a man who believes he makes kings has already decided what he may do if the king disappoints him. The disappointment arrived in 1464, and it arrived in the one form Warwick could neither fight nor forgive. A wedding. For 2 years the Earl had been constructing the diplomatic capstone of the reign. A French marriage for Edward, a princess of the House of Valois, peace with the old enemy, Warwick's own statesmanship crowned before all Europe. In the middle of the negotiations, Edward, let it be known, reportedly at a council meeting where the French match was being pressed on him, that he could not marry the French princess, because he was married already, secretly, for months, to an Englishwoman named Elizabeth Woodville, a widow of a Lancastrian knight killed fighting against Edward's own side, a woman with 2 sons, no international value, no dowry worth the name, and the detail that made it fatal rather than merely scandalous, an enormous family, 5 brothers, 7 unmarried sisters, all of whom now stood one step from the throne, and all of whom needed marrying and endowing. And over the following years the Woodvilles swept the marriage market of England clean, heiress after heiress, title after title, while the old nobility, Warwick at their head, watched the patronage that had been their reward for the war flow instead to the Queen's relations. Why did Edward do it? Chroniclers then, and historians since, have offered the whole menu: love, lust, a young man's refusal to be managed, a calculated declaration that the king would be no one's creature. The sources cannot settle it, and perhaps Edward could not have either. What the sources do settle is the sequence of what Warwick did about it, and the sequence is astonishing even by this family's standards. In 1469, the Kingmaker rose in rebellion against the king he had made, defeated the royal forces through proxies, and held Edward for a time as, in effect, a prisoner, attempting to rule through him. The 3rd time in this story that a faction has tried to govern England by owning the king's person. It failed, as it had failed before, because a captive king's signature commands nothing. Reconciled, pardoned, and unrepentant, Warwick tried again in 1470, was beaten, and fled to France, where he did the thing that no one, literally no one in Europe, had believed possible. In a ceremony brokered by the French king, Richard Neville knelt to Margaret of Anjou, the woman whose husband he had dethroned, whose cause he had spent 15 years destroying, whose dead partisans' heads had decorated gates on his orders, and swore himself to the restoration of the House of Lancaster, sealing it with the marriage of his daughter to Margaret's son. The Queen, by one account, kept him on his knees for a quarter of an hour before she raised him. She could afford the gesture. She had just acquired England's best general. And loyalty, the thing the whole feudal order pretended to run on, had been repriced in public as a commodity with a market rate. The restoration actually happened, which is the forgotten miracle of these years. In the autumn of 1470, Warwick's invasion caught Edward so completely off guard that the King of England ran for the coast and crossed the North Sea in a fishing port's borrowed ships, paying, the story goes, with the fur-lined coat off his back, and poor bewildered Henry VI was led out of the Tower, blinking, and paraded through London in a crown again. The only king in this entire story to lose the throne and get it back. It lasted 6 months. Edward returned in the spring with a borrowed Burgundian force, gathered England to him as Bolingbroke once had, and in 2 battles, 5 weeks apart, closed every account at once. At Barnet, in an April fog so thick that parts of the Lancastrian army fought each other by mistake, Warwick the Kingmaker was cut down fleeing on foot, and Edward, who had reportedly ordered him taken alive, displayed the body bare-faced at St. Paul's for 3 days so that London could verify that the age of the Kingmaker was over. At Tewkesbury, in May, Margaret's army was destroyed, and her son, the 17-year-old Prince of Wales, the boy she had crossed 20 years and a dozen seas to enthrone, was killed. In the battle or in the pursuit, the accounts differ, and with him died the entire forward motion of her life. She was captured days later, ransomed eventually to France, and lived out her years in poverty. The most relentless will in this story, ending as a pensioner with nothing left to will, and within hours of Edward's triumphant return to London, Henry VI died in the Tower. That same night of, the official announcement said, pure displeasure and melancholy. The phrase has been quoted with a raised eyebrow for 5.5 centuries, when his remains were examined in the 20th century. The hair on the skull was found matted with what appeared to be blood. The gentle king, the founder of schools, the man who flinched from executions, was almost certainly beaten or otherwise done to death in his cell the moment his existence stopped being useful, because his son was dead, and a deposed king with no heir was no longer a shield. He was only a flag, and Edward had learned the lesson of Pontefract and Berkeley. This family always learned that lesson. It was every other lesson that escaped them, which brings the story to the second relationship, the one inside the house itself. Edward had 2 younger brothers. The youngest, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, small, dark, and capable, had shared the exile and the fishing boats, commanded a wing at Barnet and Tewkesbury in his teens, and never, in the entire documented record of the reign, wavered from his brother's side. Hold that fact where you can see it. It matters enormously later. The middle brother was George, Duke of Clarence, and George was a study in what this family's blood did when it was poured into a weak vessel. Handsome, eloquent, endlessly aggrieved. George had defected to Warwick at the first rebellion, married Warwick's other daughter against the king's explicit command, stood in arms against his own brother, dabbled in a scheme that would have made him king, and then, when the Lancastrian Restoration relegated him to an afterthought, defected back again on the eve of Barnet, welcomed home with a public embrace. Edward forgave him everything, twice, 3 times, in the old ruinous style of Henry II forgiving his sons. Through the 1470s, George repaid the mercy with a running campaign of grievance, feuding with his brother Richard over the Warwick inheritance, storming out of councils, and finally, after his wife died, spiralling into something darker, seizing one of her servants and having her judicially murdered on a poisoning charge by a jury he intimidated, spreading, by the charges later brought against him, word that the king was a bastard and no true heir, and consulting men who dabbled in prediction and astrology about the death of the king, which was, in the law of the age, not fortune-telling but treason. In 1477, Edward's patience, the deepest patience in the family's history, ran out. Clarence was arrested, tried before Parliament with the king himself, brother facing brother across the hall, acting as accuser, and condemned. Even then Edward hesitated for days, until, the record shows, the Commons petitioned that the sentence be carried out. On the 18th of February, 1478, George, Duke of Clarence, was executed privately inside the Tower of London, and within days, on the continent, ambassadors were reporting the detail that has clung to the event ever since, that at his own request, or as a black joke by someone else, he had been drowned in a butt of Malmsey, a barrel of sweet Greek wine. It cannot be proven. It has never been disproven. When his supposed remains were examined centuries later, the skeleton showed no beheading, which is the one detail the legend gets support from. And there the evidence ends. What needs no legend is the plain entry in the record. A king of England signed the death of his own brother, and the sentence was carried out behind stone walls, out of sight. The family's violence now fully domesticated, conducted indoors, on paper, between men who had shared a nursery, a report circulated afterward, preserved by more than one writer, that Edward was heard to lament in his last years that no man had begged him to spare his brother, and that he regretted the death. Perhaps kings' regrets are cheap in chronicles. What Edward could not have known was the shape of the machine he had just finished building. By 1483, the realm was, at last, quiet. Lancaster was extinct in the male line, its king dead in the Tower, its prince dead at Tewkesbury, its cause reduced to one obscure exile in Brittany named Henry Tudor, a young man with a claim so thin it passed through an illegitimate line that had been barred from the succession by statute. The kingmaker was 14 years dead. Clarence was gone. The king had 2 healthy sons. A great treasure saved. A court of legendary splendour. And a brother, Richard of Gloucester, who had governed the north for a decade with such competence and fidelity that he stood in the public mind as the model of what a royal brother should be, the anti-Clarence, the one who stayed, and then, in April 1483, Edward IV, not yet 41, fell ill, of what the sources cannot agree, and died in 10 days. The Colossus who had never lost a battle was killed by nothing anyone could name, and the whole quiet edifice of the reign was revealed to be what every edifice in this story has been. One man's heartbeat wearing a crown. His heir was 12 years old. His widow's family, the Woodvilles, held the boy, the treasury, and the fleet, and were hated by the old nobility with a 20-year hatred, and riding down from the north, summoned as Lord Protector by his dead brother's will, came the loyal one, the faithful one, the brother who had never wavered, with an army at his back and, somewhere behind his eyes, a decision forming that no one, then or since, has ever been able to watch being made. The princes were waiting in London. The Tower was waiting. The whole story had been waiting for this, since a boy vanished at Rouen nearly 3 centuries before. The Tower of London. High summer, 1483. 2 boys were seen playing in the Tower gardens, shooting at the archery butts. By one account, visible through gates and windows to the people of London going about the riverside. 2 fair-haired brothers, 12 and 9, the sons of the late king, The elder of them was, by every law and proclamation in force, at his father's death. King Edward V of England. The people watching them play knew exactly who they were. Then, as that summer went on, the sightings changed. An account written within living memory of the events, drawing on men who had been in London that year, records the sequence with the coldness of a ledger. The boys were withdrawn into the inner apartments of the tower. They were seen more rarely, behind bars and windows. Their attendants were dismissed, the last of them a physician. And then, day by day, they began to be seen more rarely, until, the account says, they ceased to appear altogether. No announcement was ever made. No bodies were ever displayed. No funeral was ever held. No explanation was offered that year, or the next, or ever, by anyone in a position to know. 2 royal children entered the most secure fortress in England, in the custody of their uncle the king, and simply stopped existing. And England has now spent 540 years asking the question that the autumn of 1483 asked in whispers. This chapter is that question, and because the question has been buried under 5 centuries of propaganda, counter-propaganda, Shakespeare, and wishful thinking from every direction, the only honest way through it is the way a detective would go, separating what is documented from what is claimed, and what is claimed from what is merely wanted. So, the file. Begin with the undisputed timeline, because it is damning enough before a single accusation is added. April 1483. Edward IV dies suddenly. His will, as reported, names his brother Richard of Gloucester as protector. The new king, 12-year-old Edward V, is at Ludlow with his Woodville uncle, Earl Rivers, and sets out for London for his coronation. Richard rides south, meets the royal party on the road at Stony Stratford, and in a dawn move arrests Rivers and the boy's half-brother Richard Grey, professing to the young king, with every sign of reverence, that he has saved him from a Woodville plot. The Queen Mother, hearing the news, bolts into sanctuary at Westminster Abbey with her daughters and her younger son. May. Richard enters London, escorting the boy king, is confirmed as protector, and lodges Edward V in the Tower, which, it must be said, fairly, was the traditional residence of monarchs before coronation, and a coronation date is set. June the 22nd. June. The machinery of the coronation is running. Robes ordered. Summonses issued. Then, on June the 13th, at a council meeting in the Tower, Richard accuses the most powerful, non-aligned magnate in the government, Lord Hastings, his brother's closest friend, a man with no Woodville sympathies whatever, of treason, and has him seized and beheaded within the hour, on a log, without trial. Days later, the Archbishop of Canterbury persuades, or extracts, the younger prince from sanctuary to keep his brother company, and the 9-year-old joins the 12-year-old in the Tower. On June the 22nd, the coronation does not happen. Instead, a sermon is preached at Paul's Cross declaring the late king's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville invalid, on the ground that Edward had been secretly pre-contracted to another woman before it, which, if true, made the marriage bigamous and every child of it illegitimate. Within 4 days, an assembly of lords and commons petitions Richard to take the crown as the only true heir. He allows himself to be persuaded On July the 6th, Richard III is crowned King of England. Rivers and Grey have already been beheaded in the north, without meaningful trial, and the two boys in the Tower, now officially royal bastards, are seen through the summer, and then seen less, and then not seen again. That is the record. Now the honest questions, taken one at a time. Did Richard plan this from the start? Here the evidence genuinely divides, and it is worth feeling the force of both readings. Nothing in Richard's previous 30 years points toward it. That is the extraordinary fact his defenders begin from, and they are right to, unlike Clarence, whose treacheries filled a file. Richard's documented record to April 1483 is one of conspicuous, tested loyalty. Exile shared, battles won. A decade of just and effective rule in the north, where his reputation stood so high that the city of York, after his death, when flattery could profit no one, entered into its official records, its grief for a king piteously slain. A man does not become a child murderer by momentum. Against this stands the speed. Stony Stratford was a planned ambush. Hastings died because, on every reconstruction, he would accept Richard as protector, but never as king, and his killing, illegal on its face, only makes sense as the removal of an obstacle to a throne. The pre-contract story surfaced with suspicious convenience exactly when it was needed, resting on the word of witnesses produced at the moment of maximum utility. Either Richard improvised his way to a crown in 10 weeks, decision by decision, each step forced by the last, a man on a stair that only went up, or he ran a plan of exceptional coldness from the first week. The sources cannot tell you which. What they tell you is that by July he had the crown, and both boys, and no way back. Were the princes murdered at all? Here is where honesty costs something, because the answer is that no one knows, and anyone who tells you otherwise is selling a theory. No bodies were produced at the time. In 1674, workmen demolishing a staircase in the Tower found a wooden chest containing the skeletons of 2 children of roughly the right ages, roughly 10 feet deep, and Charles II had them buried in Westminster Abbey as the princes. They were examined once, in 1933, by methods of that era, and the examination assumed its conclusion from the start. They have never been DNA tested. Requests to test them have been declined, and so the one piece of physical evidence in the entire case sits in an urn in the Abbey, moot a few hundred yards from the laboratories that could speak to it, until that changes. The disappearance is legally, forensically, permanently open, but, and this is the pivot on which the whole tragedy turns, it does not matter what happened. It matters what England believed. And what England believed, within weeks, is documented beyond argument. By that autumn, rumour of the boy's death was general enough that a rebellion raised in their name switched, mid-conspiracy, to a different candidate, on the open assumption that the princes were already dead. An Italian visitor who left London that year recorded that men wept at the mention of the young king, and that there was already a suspicion that he had been done away with. A French chancellor, addressing his own National Assembly in January 1484, stated flatly that the boys had been massacred and the crown transferred to their assassin. True or false, fair or slanderous, this was Richard's reputation across Europe within months of his coronation. And here is the fact that his defenders have never adequately answered. He never rebutted it. The one man who could have ended the rumor at any moment, by producing 2 living boys at a window, at a mass, at a single public dinner, never did. Perhaps he could not. Perhaps he would not explain himself to rumor. Either way, the silence was read then exactly as it reads now. Weigh the suspects fairly, because there are others, and the case against each is real enough to state the Duke of Buckingham, Richard's chief ally in the coup, had access, royal blood of his own, and rebelled against Richard that same autumn, and at least one early source names him. Some have argued the boys, or one of them, were smuggled abroad, and pretenders claiming to be the younger prince would haunt the next reign. One of them convincing enough to be received by European courts for years, and the Tudor solution, that the boys survived Richard only to be killed later by Henry VII, has had its advocates. Each theory survives on the same oxygen, the total absence of bodies and records, but motive means custody and silence all sit in one man's column, and the column is Richard's, and most, though not all, serious historians have concluded that the probable answer is the obvious one. Probably, not proven. 540 years on. The honest verdict is still the Scottish one. Not proven. Step back now. Because the file, absorbing as it is not why this chapter exists. Look at what the summer of 1483 is. Inside, the architecture of this whole story, 310 years earlier. This family's saga of self-destruction opened with sons taking up arms against a father. In the open, on battlefields, with terms and ransoms and reconciliations. Follow the line of its family violence down the generations and watch it change state. Henry II fought his sons and forgave them. John's nephew vanished behind a castle wall, and John at least suffered for it, in reputation and rebellion. All his life, Edward II died in a locked room behind a screen of official fictions. Richard II starved behind another. Henry VI was helped into the dark the night his usefulness ended. Clarence was processed, by trial and statute, into a private execution between brothers. Each generation, the violence moves further indoors, acquires better paperwork, requires less daylight, and now, at the end of the line, it reaches its terminal form. 2 children, in the family's own fortress, in the custody of their own blood, erased so completely that history cannot even establish the crime, only the absence. The devil's brood began by devouring its father in public. It ended by devouring its children in the dark. One more thing must be said, and then the story can march to its field. Whoever killed the princes, the act, or the belief in the act, killed Richard III first. Every account of his short reign registers the hemorrhage. The Yorkist establishment of the South, the men who had served his brother for 20 years, rose against him within 3 months, and when their rebellion failed, they did not submit. They crossed the sea, in their dozens and then their hundreds, gentlemen of impeccable Yorkist loyalty, to the court in exile of the last Lancastrian scrap left alive, Henry Tudor, a Welsh exile they had never met, whose claim their own party had spent 30 years laughing at. On Christmas Day, 1483, in the Cathedral of Rennes, that exile knelt and swore an oath that The moment he was king, he would marry Elizabeth of York, the prince's eldest sister, and fuse the two bleeding halves of the family into one, the white rose and the red, joined not by victory but by revulsion, around the graves, wherever they were, of two boys. Richard spent 1484 and 85 ruling by the administrative record, capably, passing sound laws, and dying by inches. His only son died suddenly that spring, and the chronicler says the king and queen were seen almost out of their minds with grief. His wife followed within the year, and he was forced to publicly deny, before the assembled lords of London, the rumour that he had poisoned her to marry his own niece, which tells you what was now sayable about the King of England to his face. By the summer of 1485, he was a man with no heir, no wife, half a nobility he could not trust, and an invasion coming, and the sources closest to him record a strange, fatalistic calm. A king who spoke of ending all doubts in one throw. He would get his wish. The exile's little fleet sailed from France in August, and the last king of the house of Plantagenet rode out from Leicester to meet him, under his banners, wearing, in front of witnesses whose accounts survive, the crown of England on his helmet, carrying the whole 331 years of this story onto one muddy field, to settle it the way it had started, by survival. A stretch of rolling farmland and marsh in Leicestershire, near a village called Market Bosworth, the morning of August the 22nd, 1485, the King of England rode out of his camp at dawn wearing the crown. Not a circlet stitched onto a helmet for identification. Though it sat on his helmet, the accounts that survive make a point of it, that Richard III went into battle that morning crowned. Visibly, deliberately, the royal diadem glittering above an army of perhaps 10,000 men. His officers, by one tradition, urged him not to. A crown on a helmet is a target that can be seen from every corner of a battlefield. Richard wore it anyway. And after everything this story has shown you, you can read the decision the way his contemporaries could not. Every other argument for his kingship had been bled away, the loyal decades forgotten, the reputation drowned in the silence around two missing boys. What remained was the object itself, and the oldest claim in the family's history, the one Matilda's son had learned in the civil wars of the 1100s. The throne belongs to whoever can take it and hold it. Richard came to Bosworth to hold it in person, across the field, behind a screen of French mercenaries and Welsh levies, stood the challenger. And the contrast between the two men is so complete that no storyteller would dare invent it. Henry Tudor was 28 years old and had spent half his life in exile in Brittany and France. A professional fugitive, he had never fought a battle. He had never governed so much as a county. His claim to the crown of England ran through his mother, Margaret Beaufort, a formidable woman descended from John of Gaunt by a line born out of wedlock and later legitimated, with a bar against the throne stamped on the legitimation, a claim so frail that even Lancastrians had never taken it seriously until every better Lancastrian was dead, against the last great soldier of the Plantagenet line, tested from his teens at Barnet and Tewkesbury. The challenger brought an army of perhaps 5,000, a borrowed French war chest, and one asset worth more than all of it. He was not Richard III. In the England of 1485, that was a platform, and, between the two armies, on the high ground, stood the third force, and everything would turn on it. The Stanley family, Lord Thomas Stanley and his brother, Sir William, held the northwest of England and could field thousands of men, and they had spent 3 decades of civil war perfecting a single manoeuvre, arriving at the decisive moment on the winning side. Their record of calculated treachery was so notorious it was almost respectable, and this time the calculation had a blade inside it, because Lord Stanley was married to Margaret Beaufort. The challenger on the field was his stepson. Richard knew all of this, and had taken the precaution the age recommended, holding Stanley's eldest son as a hostage, with a promise that the young man would die if the Stanleys turned. So the Stanleys did what Stanleys did. They brought their army to the battlefield, took position on the flank, in sight of both sides, and waited. An audience of armoured men, watching to see which king they would have. The battle opened and began, almost immediately, to go wrong for the king in ways that had nothing to do with soldiers. His vanguard commander, the Duke of Norfolk, was killed in the opening fight, and that wing faltered. The Earl of Northumberland, commanding the entire rear division of the Royal Army, thousands of men, did not move, whether he was blocked by the ground, or waiting like the Stanleys, or had already made a private arrangement. The sources cannot settle, and it did not matter, from where Richard sat his horse. The arithmetic was collapsing by the minute. His army was larger than the enemy's only if it fought, and a third of it was standing still, and the Stanleys sat on the flank like a verdict not yet read. Then the scouts brought word, or the king saw it himself. Across the field, Henry Tudor had detached from his main body with only his bodyguard, a few hundred horsemen, and was riding toward the Stanleys, to make his appeal in person, to close the deal that would end the battle. For a handful of minutes, the pretender was exposed, out in the open, thinly guarded, within reach. What Richard III did next is the reason even his enemies' chroniclers wrote of his end with something like awe, and the reason historians have called what followed one of the most extraordinary decisions ever taken by an English king on a battlefield. He did not send a detachment, he went himself. The King of England gathered the knights of his household, perhaps 800 or 1,000 horsemen, formed them on the hill, and led them in a single charge across the open field, crown on his helmet, lance in his hand, straight at Henry Tudor, staking the crown of England on the oldest and simplest proposition in the family's history, that a Plantagenet with a weapon in his hand could settle in 5 minutes what lawyers and rumours had poisoned for 2 years. And the terrible thing, the thing that makes Bosworth unbearable rather than merely dramatic, is that it nearly worked. The charge crashed through the fringe of Henry's guard. Richard, fighting hand to hand, killed Henry's standard-bearer, a knight of enormous physical strength, and cut down others, and unhorsed a famously large man, driving to within a few yards of Tudor himself, who, all sources agree, survived those minutes by the width of the bodyguards who died in front of him. The last Plantagenet king was swinging his way toward the last Lancastrian claimant, 1 violent minute from ending the entire question. When the audience on the flank finally chose, Sir William Stanley's 3,000 fresh horsemen came down the slope, and they came down on Richard. The royal charge was swallowed. The king's knot of knights was driven, fighting, off firm ground and into the edge of the marsh, and there Richard's horse was killed under him, or mired, And the king went on foot. His attendant, the accounts say, brought him a fresh horse and begged him to fly. And he refused, shouting, in the words that passed into the chronicles, that he would win the day as a king or die as one. The circle around him thinned, man by man, until it was only him, and the sources, English and foreign, hostile and neutral, converge on the same final image with unusual agreement. Richard III died in the press of his enemies, on foot, in the mud, fighting, shouting treason, 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 killed at last by blows to the head. One of them, the skull found under the parking lot, would confirm 5 centuries later, a blade driven through the base of his brain. He was 32 years old. He was the last king of England to die in battle, and the men who watched him die, including the ones who killed him, recorded that he died, in the words of one chronicler who had no reason to flatter, manfully in the thickest press of his enemies. What happened next happened fast, and it happened in exactly the order this story taught you to expect. The royal army, its king visibly dead, dissolved. Northumberland's motionless thousands simply marched away, and somewhere in the trampled ground, in the aftermath, the crown was found, the tradition, recorded early and cherished ever since, says it was discovered in a thorn bush, knocked from the dead king's helmet in the final melee, and that Lord Thomas Stanley, stepfather of the victor, arch survivor of 3 decades of choosing sides at the last possible moment, lifted the muddy circle of gold out of the thorns and placed it on Henry Tudor's head, on the battlefield, among the dead, while the army roared. Here is the crown's 5th appearance, the one the whole story has been descending toward. And now you can read the full sequence the way the film has taught you, sunk in a tidal marsh with King John's baggage while an empire collapsed, borrowed, a mother's circlet, for a 9-year-old, crowned in the wrong church during a civil war, laid on the floor of a tower room between 2 cousins while lawyers dressed a coup in ceremony, cut from paper and nailed to a severed head above the gates of York as a joke, and now fished out of a thorn bush by the most notorious fence-sitter in England, and set on the head of a man whose claim to it was, by the family's own 300-year-old rules of blood, barely a claim at all. Every appearance cheaper, every transfer bloodier, until the most sacred object in the kingdom changed hands, like salvage at a shipwreck. The Plantagenets had spent 3 centuries teaching England, precedent by precedent, deposition by deposition, that the crown was not a sacrament but a prize. At Bosworth, England graduated. The victor's treatment of the dead king completed the lesson. Richard's body was stripped naked, slung over a horse, and carried the 15 miles to Leicester, and the accounts record a final indignity on the road, a dagger thrust into the corpse in contempt, a wound the 21st century archaeologists would find on the pelvis. Right where the chronicle put it, the body was displayed for 2 days so that England could verify the king was dead, the same grim proof of death that had been staged for Richard II, for Warwick, for Henry VI, the family's own ritual, performed one last time on the family itself. Then the last Plantagenet king was buried without ceremony, in a hastily dug grave, slightly too short for the body, in the Church of the Greyfriars in Leicester. In time the friary was demolished. The grave was lost. The site was built over. and the ground above the King of England became, in the fullness of 5 centuries, a municipal parking lot, with a painted white letter R on the tarmac, marking, by pure coincidence, a reserved parking space directly above his spine. You have been to that parking lot. It is where this story began. On the field at Bosworth, the new king dated his reign, with loyally audacity, from the day before the battle, which converted every man who had fought for the crowned King of England into a technical traitor. An opening move that told the country precisely what kind of mind now wore the crown. Within 5 months, keeping the oath sworn at Rennes, Henry VII married Elizabeth of York, eldest daughter of Edward IV, sister of the vanished princes, and the heraldry of the new regime stamped the message onto every wall and window in the kingdom. The white rose fused with the red into a single Tudor rose, 2 bleeding halves of one family closed into one emblem. The wars were declared over, a dynasty was declared begun, and the house of Plantagenet, 331 years after a 19-year-old with a sprig of yellow broom in his family's past was crowned at Westminster, was over as a ruling house. It had not been destroyed by France, which it had beaten for a century, not by the Church, which had canonized its victims and crowned its kings, not by rebellion, plague, or bankruptcy, all of which it had survived. It ended the only way it was ever going to end, the way the whole story kept promising, at the hands of its own arithmetic, cousin against cousin, until the last credible adult male of the blood lay naked across a horse on the Leicester Road, and the crown went to the man left standing, because there was, at last, no one of the old blood left standing to take it. The name outlived the dynasty by 1 generation, and its end deserves 1 sentence, because it closes the ledger. The last legitimate male line, Plantagenet, Edward, Earl of Warwick, son of the drowned Clarence, a harmless young man who had spent nearly his whole life imprisoned in the Tower for the crime of his ancestry, was beheaded by Henry VII in 1499, on charges few historians take at face value. Largely, the evidence suggests, because Spain wanted the loose end tied off before sending a princess to marry the Tudor heir. The last of the direct line died, as the princes had, inside the Tower, for the same offence. The blood in his veins, the family was gone. What the family had built was another matter entirely, and it was standing all around the men who buried them. Leicester Cathedral, March the 26th, 2015. A coffin of English oak moved through the streets of a Midlands city, drawn past crowds, standing 10 deep. And the crowds had come, some of them across oceans, to watch the reburial of a king who had been dead for 530 years. In the days before, tens of thousands of people had filed past the coffin in silence. The service was broadcast live on national television. An actor of Plantagenet descent, distant cousin to the man in the coffin at a remove of 5 centuries, read poetry over him. The skeleton from the parking lot, the curved spine, the split skull, the dagger mark on the pelvis, exactly where a chronicler had put it in 1485, was lowered into a tomb of pale Yorkshire stone, and the last Plantagenet king finally received the thing his dynasty had denied to so many of its own. A marked grave, with his name on it. Stand in that crowd for a moment and ask the obvious question. Why were they there? No one alive owes Richard III anything. The regime that replaced his has itself been gone for 4 centuries. And yet, a 21st century city filled its streets for a medieval king with a disputed reputation and a terrible question mark over his name, and television carried it live. And people argued about him that week, in print and online, with genuine heat, prosecuting and defending a 500-year-old case as if it were breaking news. That is not history being remembered. That is a story refusing to close. And it points at the answer this whole film has been building toward, which is that the House of Plantagenet never really left. It just changed what it was made of. Consider what was standing in the room, so to speak, at that re-burial. 3 inheritances, deep. The first is carved on a pair of bronze doors 4,000 miles away. Walk up the steps of the Supreme Court of the United States, and the doors that swing open weigh 6.5 tons. And among the 8 panels cast into them is a meadow scene. King John facing his barons at Runnymede. Inside, the justices interpret a constitution whose 5th Amendment promises that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. A sentence that is, in its bones, Clause 39 of the Charter, a cornered Plantagenet, sealed in 1215, intending to break it within weeks. The worst king the family ever produced, memorialized on the threshold of American justice. Because his failure, reissued and confirmed and translated across an ocean, became the load-bearing idea of the English-speaking world. The law above the king? Every American who has ever demanded due process is, whether they know it or not, collecting on a debt first written down in a meadow because King John could not be trusted. The second inheritance sits at Westminster, where a Parliament of Lords and Commons still meets, summoned in a shape first improvised by a rebel earl in 1265 because he needed votes, adopted by the king, who killed him because it raised taxes better than the sword, and hardened by a century of French wars into the permanent partner of the crown. The Plantagenets built that machine to serve them. It outgrew them, deposed 2 of them, arbitrated the extinction of their line, and now governs in a chamber where the monarch may not even enter, a fact demonstrated by ceremony every single year. The family built the machinery of the English state, and the machinery, in the end, was the only member of the family that survived. And the third inheritance is the strangest, because it is the crown itself, and the family that wears it. The Tudors who replaced the Plantagenets carried their blood through Elizabeth of York, which means every monarch of England since, through every dynastic turn, carries it too, down to the family whose name was invented in 1917, when a king facing German bombs and a hostile public erased his own dynasty's name and rechristened it after a castle, the House of Windsor. If that story is familiar, and here the 2 stories touch, because the name Plantagenet was itself the same kind of invention. Geoffrey of Anjou wore his sprig of yellow broom in the 1100s, but his descendants did not go around calling themselves Plantagenet. For 300 years, the family that fills this film had no surname at all in the modern sense. The name was picked up only at the very end, in the 1460s, by Richard, Duke of York, who reached back 3 centuries and adopted the old nickname as a badge, precisely because he was trying to prove his blood claim to the throne in a civil war. The most famous dynasty name in English history was, in other words, a piece of wartime branding, deployed in a succession crisis. by a man whose head ended up in a paper crown on a city gate. Windsor, 1917. Plantagenet, 1460. The same move. 5 centuries apart. Dynasties, it turns out, are named the way this film began by suggesting after the fact, by people who need the story. Once the blood has dried, so close the ledger, honestly. 331 years. 14 kings. They took a kingdom wrecked by anarchy and gave it common law, circuit judges, the jury, parliament, the treasury machinery that still collects taxes, and the legal principle that still restrains the collector. They built Westminster Abbey as it stands, planted castles that still crown the towns of Wales, fought a 100-year war that forged both England and France into nations, and pressed into the world's imagination the very idea of what a king, a knight, a crown should look like. Almost none of it was intended. The law came from a king managing his empire's paperwork. The charter came from a king losing. Parliament came from a rebel needing legitimacy and a king needing money. The nation came from a war fought for a family claim. They were not building England. They were fighting for the crown, generation after generation. And England was the byproduct, the residue of their survival strategies, the shape their struggle left behind in the ground, the way a battle leaves earthworks, because the one thing they could never build, in 331 years, was the thing that finally killed them, a safe way to hand the crown from one of their own to the next. Follow the whole line one last time. At speed, a grandfather forced barons to swear to his daughter, and the oaths broke, and the family was born in the war that followed. A father raised 4 sons for power and gave them none, and they hunted him to his deathbed. A brother vanished a nephew, a parliament unmade, a king, then did it again, then learned to do it as procedure. 5 royal sons became 2 royal houses, and the houses fed England into the meat grinder at Towton, and a brother signed a brother's death in a wine cellar's worth of legend, and 2 boys went into a fortress and never came out, and the last king of the blood rode a charge into a marsh wearing the crown on his head, because it was the only argument he had left. Every one of them, from Matilda in the snow to Richard in the mud, was answering the same question, the one this film asked at the start. What do you do when the greatest threat to your crown shares your blood? For 331 years, the House of Plantagenet gave every answer except the one that would have saved it. The castle at Windsor still stands, and the family inside it still carries Plantagenet blood under an invented name. The doors of the American Supreme Court still swing on King John's worst afternoon. The Parliament at Westminster still sits because a dead rebel needed votes. And, in Leicester, under pale stone, the last king of the line finally sleeps in a grave with his name on it. A short walk from the parking lot, and the crowds still come. They built a crown so strong that every power in Europe failed to take it from them. In the end, the only army that could was their own.